there at the school. This isn't an isolated, in terms of injuries, incident involving one person on campus. We're being told now that we're talking about multiple injuries and that the gunman, the alleged gunman, is in police custody. If there's good news in all this, it's that perhaps, though unconfirmed, so far no reports of fatalities. We do have reports of injuries. We do have confirmed reports of a life flight to Grady Memorial Hospital. We do have video of victims being brought out on stretcher, what appears to be with some pretty serious injuries. So that is the information that we're able to report right now. Our reporters on the ground are able to relay what parents are telling them, although those reports still are unconfirmed. Yes, and we also know at this time the Barrow County Sheriff's Office says its priority is reuniting the students with their families. And of course, that is going to be a large undertaking, and we're hearing these parents walking 30 minutes, parking miles down the road in order to walk down to get to their students. Of course, imagine that being a harrowing walk to reunite with their students, many of them getting calls and texts throughout the morning about what happened. And just like our Brittany Edney just told us, some of those students inside the classroom where this transpired. But a lot of developing details coming in. Again, the main priority from the Sheriff's Office at this time is reuniting families. And I also just want to reiterate, because there is so much concern in the community, that there are other neighboring schools that are on a lockdown, but that is just at a security measure. There's nothing happening at those other schools. This is just a safety measure, and other law enforcement agencies really emphasizing, make sure you stay off those neighboring roadways. All right, obviously we have a team of reporters fanned out across the state, really covering the story. Angelique Proctor at Grady Memorial Hospital covering the victims who might be brought there. We know one is there already. Brittany Edney right in front of the school, and Kevin Stewart speaking to parents as they make that trek, that 1.5-mile trek from where they're able to park onto campus to retrieve their students. We spoke to a parent. Let's listen to what they have to say.
My daughter texted me several hours ago and said there was an active shooter in the building, but she didn't know anything else. So it was terrifying. So we just hopped in the car and headed this way and got stopped at the intersection, and all the parents just walked this way. And then we caught up with them on the football field. You can hear how scary that must be, to think about how long they had to wait to finally get their student. We are also receiving word now that there is going to be a news conference at 4 o'clock this afternoon from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office, going over what they've heard and what they've learned during this. And I also want to emphasize again, although this is in Barrow County, we are seeing that law enforcement response on the local, state, and federal level. We saw the GBI agents walking into Grady Memorial Hospital. We know those GBI agents are also live on the scene, and we know Homeland Security and the FBI are also out there as well. So this is a very all-encompassing effort to make sure that things are handled correctly out there.
Governor Brian Kemp releasing a statement earlier saying that all manpower and resources of state authorities have been put on this situation. We know that President Biden is being informed of what's happening at the White House. The governor saying that they're going to continue to work with local and state authorities and their federal partners as they gather information to find out exactly what happens. Representative Mike Collins, who represents the district, releasing a statement saying that he's dialed into what's happening, and expressing his gratitude to law enforcement officials there for their swift action. And what was posted on Facebook, remarkable, back in 2022, which Doug Evans provided us, at the training at this very high school of school resource officers responding to situations exactly like this one. So their training, hopefully, certainly paid off today, as we saw in the immediate aftermath just after 10 o'clock this morning as to what happened. The staging of students all around campus in a very organized, non-chaotic manner. Yeah, and when, again, you think about it, 2,000 students that they had to get out of that building so that they could clear the building, which they did do around 11:30 this morning. We received word that that school building had been cleared. That was only an hour after they got that initial phone call. Those students were already out on the football field by that point, while police were inside making sure that everything was safe and accounted for. Now those students being released back to their families.
That's the priority, according to the Barrow County Sheriff's Office, making sure that these students go home quickly and safely. No doubt to parents who are very eager to have them in their arms. And we're seeing this play out all the way to the federal level, where President Biden has been briefed by Homeland Security about what transpired. And of course, here locally, a lot of local support coming in from Atlanta Police, Gwinnett County as well. So just an outpouring of support in every way you can think of.
And so you're looking at video of the aftermath of what happened on the campus of Apalachee High School just after 10 o'clock this morning, when there are reports of a gunman opening fire on campus with perhaps, according to the Barrow County Sheriff's Office, multiple gunshot victims. We know that the gunman is in custody and that at least one has been transported to Grady Memorial Hospital, perhaps others to surrounding medical facilities in the area. We've seen life flight helicopters there on campus. This is video that Skyfox 5 was able to get of one of the victims, not sure which one, being life flighted to Grady. There are preliminary, although unconfirmed, reports from our reporters there on the ground and what they've been hearing from students, that there may have been a teacher involved in this, but we don't know to what extent that reporting is accurate. Just passing along to you eyewitness accounts and what has been reported, corroborated reports from students who've been texting their parents. This is a campus which contains upwards of 2,000 students that actually opened up back in 2000, so about 25 years ago. And take a look geographically where we're talking about. Apalachee campus to the west of Athens, and more so to the east of I-285 and just a bit north. So just outside the metro Atlanta area, certainly a more dispersed population out there, if you will. But even though the area is more dispersed in population, certainly not lacking in law enforcement response, and quick to what happened here on campus this morning.
And of course, we saw Governor Kemp saying that he has directed all law enforcement agencies that have available, that are able to go out there and assist in this effort, which is why we're seeing so much cooperation. And we are being told that all of these agencies are coordinating their efforts, which is certainly no easy feat either. But that is also something that they practice. These law enforcement agencies practice responding to incidents like this one on how exactly they're going to coordinate. I've covered this myself and been there as they've gone through some of these trainings while they've talked about who handles what, and so they know how to coordinate with each one. Because when you think about meeting for the first time in incidents like this, everyone from a local law enforcement agency to the FBI and beyond, they might not exactly know what all the protocols are going to be, and that's why they practice for exactly these kind of situations. So again, they're going to have a news conference at 4 o'clock this afternoon where we're going to learn more about what happened. For now, what we do know is that at least one person was taken to Grady Memorial with a gunshot wound, but we were told that there were multiple injuries. And just like Tom said, referencing some of what our reporters have gathered on the ground, Fox 5's Brittany Edney told us this happened inside a 9th grade student's classroom. So again, that's unconfirmed, but coming from our reporters on the ground, they're learning this happened in a freshman classroom, and it might have involved a teacher and a student. Those updates still waiting to get confirmed from law enforcement and from the school system as well. But we're still trying to get that developing information. For now, it's a priority of getting these students back with their parents who are walking more than a mile, 2 miles, 30 minutes to go collect their students who have been waiting for them for about 3 hours now on the football field out there at the Wildcats football field. So harrowing moments for all these students and teachers and families who are involved in this. And as we continue to learn more, of course, we're going to keep you updated. But this was a live look earlier of those students sitting in the bleachers, parents in the parking lot trying to get their students, and of that very large law enforcement response as well. And I also mentioned some of the law enforcement that's responded to this. And I want to emphasize again, just because we know that it is a bit of a problem out there with busy roadways, lots of traffic and blockades, that Winder police are really encouraging people to keep those roadways and school entrances and exits clear. Emergency vehicles are still trying to get in and out of there. What we saw from our crews on the ground, those ambulances and law enforcement vehicles still have their lights on, still have their sirens on. They're trying to get in and out of there. And because there are so many parts and pieces in this, it's important that they're able to move around safely.
And Gwinnett County Schools publishing a statement saying that the safety and the security of their students, top priority. Deeply saddened by what's happening in Barrow County. Obviously, this is a neighboring Gwinnett. The incident didn't directly involve their district, but of course they understand the anxiety. Gwinnett County among the agencies which have responded to what's unfolding on the campus of Apalachee this morning, in addition to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation agents who we saw kind of briskly going into, if you will, Grady Memorial Hospital for what Angelique Proctor, our reporter on the ground outside of Grady, speculated might be to try to information gather as this investigation just begins to unfold here. Here you see those agents walking into Grady to try and gather as much information as possible as they try to piece together exactly what happened this morning.
And we have so many crews out there right now. We're being told that Fox 5's Eric Perry is ready to go live as well with some of the latest information. Eric?
Yeah, Lindsay, Tom, hello to both of you on this very upsetting Wednesday. I want to show you what I walked into. If you take a look down this street, you will see a flood and trickle of parents. What is happening? The neighborhood surrounding this, of course, when they heard from their loved ones here at this school here, they dropped what they were doing. They told me they rushed over here, moms, aunties, uncles, daddies, all of them, to make sure their baby is okay. I talked to several of those parents as we walked up through here. They say that they heard from inside their school. They're starting to let those kids go. They're at the football field, which you can see behind. And I'm not sure if you can tell because of the sun, you can see law enforcement right here. But in those stands, you can see what we believe to be some of the kids, the students inside of that high school. They're starting to let those parents come in and pick them up. One kid who was released to his mom, got an interview with her. We'll let you hear that a little bit later. But she told me that they're going through and combing through each student, checking them out, making sure they are who they are. They say who they are, but there's a lot of emotion. She says when you go up there, you can make sure you can hear a lot of crying. You can see a lot of emotions as this is their loved ones here again. Just a lot of emotions and a lot of flooded cars here at the scene. And also, Michael Moore, if you could pan back over here, I want you to see that this is still a very active, as you can imagine, but you can see a more flood, a more procession coming in right now of law enforcement officers. I can't see from right now who they are with, but you can see their lights flashing as they're coming in. We see Jefferson police coming in as this really is an all hands on deck situation here. But the feeling from parents, they're grateful to see their loved ones. But again, these are their family. This is their friends. And this is a tight knit community, which they never thought would have happened. Lindsay, Tom, just kind of wanted to give you that feeling out here. We're checking with the parents and checking with those students as they're being released and sent home back with their family. But honestly, the healing just starting here in this area.
Yeah, Eric, just if you could tell us about that walk from the checkpoint entering the road which leads up to the campus to where you're standing right now. Not only are reporters, photographers having to make that walk, but parents too, who are just trying to pick up their kids who are so rattled by this whole thing.
Yeah, let me tell you, I was out of breath, because it took me about a mile. I saw cars starting at the very end of the street, and this is a very long street here. So I just parked and got out. And so I was talking with parents as we all made this walk. They were not going to be okay, right? This is going to be an emotional walk for a lot of them until they lay eyes on their child and make sure that they are okay and accounted for. So people were crying, people were on the phones with their loved ones, they were on the phones trying to make sure with everything, but also there are some different police over there as well. So you're not seeing any just everyday people coming down. This is only law enforcement coming down to this section. So you can't even see where they're diverting people up as well, because on the other side here is another school. I believe that is the middle school that is here as well. So you not only have the high school that's here, but Michael Moore, if you can pan a little bit to the left, that building that is up there, that is the middle school. They are also in the lockdown as well. So those parents coming in from middle school, you have the parents coming in from the high school, then mix in just the people seeing this on the news and want to come and just see the scene for themselves. So it's a lot of people going on, parents literally just parking wherever they see a spot on the side of the road and walking up to see if they can get some sort of glimpse and relief with seeing their child here at this high school.
Eric, you mentioned that before the students can leave, law enforcement is checking them out. Can you tell us what you're hearing about that a little bit?
Yeah, so when I was talking to one of the parents, another parent came up as well, and I was just asking them, you know, what is that like? How do you get your kid? Frankly, they said it was a mess because you can imagine all the emotional parents coming in and the emotional students trying to be sifted out to make sure they're going home with the right person. But another person said they're also making sure that none of them maybe have been a part of this. Again, we don't know what led up to this. No speculation in that particular case, but they want to make sure that every student is safe. They don't have anything on them or not affiliated with this in any sort of way. So they said they're just going through checking them out and everything like that. So you can see some more parents walking through. They're going back up to the football field for those who might have joined in and didn't hear what we were saying or our perspective here. That football field that is behind this parking lot is where parents are making their way to get their kid. We're not being able to go just that close just yet to see them or to see what that process is like. But according to parents that I've talked with on our journeys up here, they say that it is a mess as they are trying to sift through, sort out, as honestly nobody has a correct way to handle a situation like this, but they want to make sure that those kids are returned and reunited with their family safely. You can also see them coming on the left side, Michael Moore, if you can. You can see people kind of walking through here as well. We've seen golf carts, we've seen scooters, we've seen all sorts of different measures as they're coming through. Somebody's coming through in that green golf cart over there with their family. Lindsay, Tom?
Eric, if you could just tell us real quick, you mentioned it in passing earlier, but there is a middle school next to the high school, and do we know how the middle school was impacted by all this?
Yes, so they're asking about the middle school. Michael Moore just communicating with my photographer over there. If you can just zoom back over there for those listening. So that is another school that is up there. We've actually seen some more, and you can hear in the distance and probably see some of the emergency personnel coming through here. We've seen some buses go up through here as well, but that is a middle school that is up there. And so we've seen parents, they've gone both to the high school, but we've seen equal amount of parents going to that middle school as well. As soon as I get off the air, I'll go and check to see if they have let kids be released from that school. But I know several people I was walking with, they have kids up there at that middle school. So they were trying to figure out how to get their children out of that middle school over there. There looks to be an early learning center that's right behind us that you can't see. That's just right behind us. So I know those parents are probably with the babies and the infants. They're impacted as well. And then plus you have the people who are just here in the neighborhood and in the community.
Wow, so many school buildings just right around that high school area. Eric, thanks for the perspective from where you are. Let's get out to Brooke Zahner now, who is at that checkpoint that we mentioned earlier, where cars are being blocked by police from entering the area closer to the school. Brooke, from where you reported earlier, we saw the blockade there, and we saw the parents walking by you trying to reach campus, which you reported was about 1.5 miles from where you're standing.
That's right, Tom. Yeah, as you just heard Eric mention, all of the sorry, I have to take this out. As you heard, all the schools that are in this area being impacted right now. So we talked to one mom who has not only a child at the middle school, but also a 2-year-old at the preschool, which is directly across from that high school. So she is currently waiting at the end of the street right now, talking to other parents, waiting for her fiance to come back with her 2-year-old child. You can probably see her right now. She's waving. It looks like she's been able within the next couple of seconds here to get reunited with her family and her loved ones. But we talked to her earlier, and I'll tell you, she was obviously just distraught about this, and kind of the way that she described it to us was, you really don't know what this is like until it hits your home and it hits your community. So this is especially hard for not only the parents involved, but of course the ones in the surrounding areas and the area schools that are just waiting to get reunited with their own children. And you can just hear from this intersection that it is very chaotic. There's still a blockade going on here at Carl Bethlehem Road, where you can see all of the traffic right now is being diverted. That road leading directly to the high school over a mile from where we're standing right now is blocked. So you're seeing all of the parents, all of the children. Looks like some of those kids from the preschool daycare across the street being able to get out and then make that trek. It's probably about a 20-minute walk or so, if not longer, to get back here to this intersection where we're seeing a flood of cars that are parked here. Some people sitting in their cars, some people getting out, some people waiting at the corner, just waiting for that moment when they can be reunited with their own children as well. So very chaotic situation. I'll tell you, within the last couple of minutes before you guys came on air with us, we also saw a mobile command unit that made its way down towards the high school as well. So this is very much still an ongoing and active situation. Obviously, law enforcement needs you to stay out of the way if you don't have to be in this area. To stay away from this area. Now, we also talked to another parent. We talked to him, and he got his son on the phone with us. He is a student, a senior student at Apalachee High School. He heard the shots. He said that he heard multiple what sounded like banging noises. They didn't really know what was going on at the time. They heard more, is what he described to us, and then they went and hid in a closet once they realized that this was something much more serious, much more serious going on. So we did hear one student perspective as we were out here just talking to these parents, and I want to show you right now. We're going to see April, who we talked to. Good to see you guys, who's now reunited with her baby right now. So so fortunate and so glad that you were able to get reunited, guys. Thank you so much. So you're just watching these moments right now unfold of reunions with parents and children. But want to have you guys listen to a couple of these interviews that we got of some parents and just what their reaction is as they are waiting to get reunited with their children.
It was completely terrifying because I didn't know what was happening, but it's a relief now that we found them. But I know there were injuries and casualties, so I don't know how many or who they are yet.
So again, just a really emotional, raw emotion from so many of these parents coming through here. And again, we are back out here over a mile away from that school right now, where all of the traffic is being diverted. Roads still blocked by the Department of Public Safety as well. Several units responding here. We saw the last one that I saw was from a different county. It was Jefferson County Mobile Command Unit was responding to the school as well. So that just gives you some perspective, guys, of what we're seeing here. Still a very fluid, chaotic situation. There are cars literally in every single direction parked on the sides of the road right now as parents are trying to get reunited with their children. So that just also gives you kind of a perspective as we're over a mile from the school, and we saw these cars, 10 minutes before we got here. We saw all of the cars, all of the chaos and the commotion that was happening here. Tom and Lindsay.
Brooke, the parents that walked by you clutching a small child, toddler perhaps, so we're presuming they were from the Early Learning Center, but I also wondered if you could kind of fill in and contextualize for us the level of anxiety or frustration or, panic on the minds of parents trying to access the campus area. Are they frustrated that they're not able to drive closer, or understanding given the situation that's unfolding?
People are so nice here. I don't know. It's a small community, and you can always tell when you get to these communities is that they're so tight-knit, they're so kind, so understanding. The parents that we've talked to have been incredibly understanding of the situation. We've been waved to by people. We've talked to a number of parents in this area who just understand that law enforcement right now has to make sure this scene is safe before they can get to their children. And a lot of them we've found that just have no problem walking the mile or so down the road to get reunited with their children. So the woman that you just saw clutching her child, that 2-year-old, was from the Early Learning Center across the street. And we asked her, what's going through your mind, and just the reaction of something that you see on the news, and you see this happening in other communities and you don't think it's your own community, and when it does, it just hits you so incredibly hard. And a community like this one, Winder Barrow, very tight-knit, everybody knows each other here. So it really does give you that kind of perspective of just how difficult this was. But she was very understanding of, law enforcement has a job to do. So they were happy to park here, wait for her fiance to come back with her 2-year-old child, especially knowing that he's safe. And obviously it may be a different situation if you're still waiting to hear from your loved one and unsure. But from the kind of indication that I've gotten from parents here is they're very incredibly understanding of the situation, and they know that this is also a really difficult day for law enforcement in this area. Again, I'll describe for those of you just joining us, we were coming up here on 316, seeing all of the law enforcement activity passing us. It was one after another after another. It was, I would say, more than 24 or so law enforcement agencies, Georgia State Patrol troopers, Department of Public Safety, Gwinnett County police officers, Barrow County sheriff's officers from surrounding areas, that all hands on deck as this was unfolding. That's what we saw when we were coming up here, and it really gives you that perspective of, wow, this is something that is really serious that's happening, and it's hitting this community hard. I think there's still a level of shock that people are experiencing right now, as you can imagine, by just what's going on here, and it's still very much fluid.
And Brooke, something else that I want to point out, this is obviously happening at Apalachee High School, and law enforcement says the situation was contained to that school. But this school is surrounded by other schools, and that's why we're seeing that mother with a very young child. And Fox 5's Eric Perry showed us a few minutes ago, there's also a middle school right there. And that's also why we're seeing so much traffic in the area, right, Brooke?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Lindsay. And when I spoke to you guys 45 minutes ago or so, we were initially at Winder Barrow High School, and the law enforcement activity, the amount of emergency personnel that was out there, it looked similar to what we've seen out here. We saw canine units out there, we saw ambulances, we saw fire trucks out there. It is chaotic, and that's 10 miles away from where we are right now. But you mentioned the schools here, the middle school that's right next to Apalachee High School as well, an elementary school right down the road as well, an early learning center directly across the street as well. So you have parents, not just the high school parents, but parents from across the board that are right now just trying to get reunited with their children. So I'm going to step aside and show you guys again. You're looking live right now at the scene. Carl Bethlehem Road that leads right to Apalachee High School at this moment. So again, guys, we're going to keep monitoring this, talking to a number of parents out here, many of them just happy to have their children back. If they're coming back up, making that mile walk or so to get their children, and then coming back with their children, obviously it's just a huge relief for so many of them. But again, talk to some of those students as well. Talk to one of those students who described what was just a horrible situation, hearing those popping noises, not realizing that it was gunfire, and then when you realize, finding your way to safety. So just a lot unfolding, and we'll keep you guys posted here, Tom and Lindsay.
Just a terrifying situation, not only for those parents, but this huge response by law enforcement, so impressive as well. This happening in the middle of the day. Brooke, thanks so much for that live reporting there from the entrance point to the road that is leading these parents on the mile-plus journey to campus to retrieve their students, who are understandably rattled and nervous and upset by what has transpired this morning. The school undoubtedly will start offering in the days to come some counseling for these students in the aftermath of all this. We did have a news conference by the Barrow County Sheriff's Office just a few minutes ago, an impromptu news conference calling this, in their words, an evil thing that has happened. The sheriff reporting that there are multiple injuries. The extent of those injuries so far are unknown. Angelique Proctor is at Grady Memorial Hospital, where one of the victims was airlifted for trauma purposes, and the GBI there, as you can see on your screen, responding to Grady as investigators try to piece together exactly what happened. Angelique speculating, perhaps, just given her experience in covering these types of situations, that perhaps seeing the agents entering the hospital is a good sign that they may be starting their information gathering process right now. The sheriff also reporting that they do have a suspect in custody and that they've asked for assistance from the GBI and other agencies, and that there's a news conference scheduled for today at 4 o'clock where we're going to learn a whole lot more information.
And our reporters, of course, have been gathering what they can live on the scene as well. Within the last 30-40 minutes, we spoke with Fox 5's Brittany Edney. She reported that she heard from a parent who had a child in the classroom where this allegedly happened. That parent told her it was a 9th grade classroom and a student and a teacher were both involved. Of course, we're still waiting to get this verified from law enforcement and from the school district as well. But these are the reports that we're getting from our crews on the ground there as well. They've been seeing the large law enforcement presence, the parents coming to collect their students. And just because we have mentioned these neighboring schools so much, I just want to reiterate what we learned from the Winder Police Department as well, which is that even though these neighboring schools are impacted and that there's an increased presence from law enforcement, all the students are safe out there, that they're in lockdown as a precautionary measure, and that right now the priority is getting these students back with their families. So that is priority number one.
I want to get you back out now live to Brittany Edney on the campus of the high school there. Right behind you, Brittany, you have new information for us?
Yeah, I just spoke with a sophomore student. She says she was in the hallway when all of this happened, and she kind of described the chaos as it unfolded. She says at first they thought that this could have been a drill. They heard a lot of commotion, a lot of yelling, a lot of movement, and she says sometimes that they have similar incidents like this that are drill. And then by the time that she realized that this was actually happening, that's when kind of the terror sank in. She says that a teacher, her math teacher, was actually in one of the classrooms. Also, she describes it, she believes, probably unaware about what was going on, came to the door of that classroom, and when that door opened, she says that that teacher was shot. Now, this, of course, not yet confirmed for officials. This is what we are hearing from these students who were there in the hallway as all of this unfolded. She says right now she doesn't know how her teacher is doing, but what she saw was, this particular staff member on the ground, laying in blood, and she says this has just been extremely horrific and a terrifying experience. She says that this particular person, this instructor, is beloved and a really great educator. She's described him as the most chill teacher yet, and she just hopes that he is okay. She says the students love this particular individual, and she doesn't know what exactly happened, how that person is doing, but if something did happen fatally, she says this would be devastating for all the students who love and care so much about this teacher. I did ask, are there metal detectors in the school? She said no. She also described, as you know, this being a smaller town, a more closer and tight-knit community where things like this just don't really happen. She says this has all been extremely shocking and surprising. Right now, she's uniting with her family and really just kind of trying to process everything that happened and waiting to hear from other students as far as how they are doing. Guys.
This is unfortunately part of the ecosystem that we now sort of operate in as parents. When you send your kids off to school, a lot of the parents and students are required to bring the clear backpacks too. In addition to passing through the metal detectors, which you say don't exist on this campus, the clear backpacks, do you see that out there as well, or are students just attending with the regular backpacks on them?
That's a great question. Now, from the students that I have spoken with and seen kind of walking through, there haven't been that many, but the ones that I have seen, I have not yet seen a clear backpack. That does not, however, mean that's not a policy or that doesn't exist, but I have not yet seen that. But again, as we were kind of just discussing, that student says, there are no metal detectors here. But she said, as she described, that there are frequent drills, and that's where a little bit of confusion kind of came today, is because at first they said, oh, was this a drill or is this something more serious? And she kind of described her and her classmates' experience as really just a lot of the unknown, and then people kind of coming into that shooting as they tried to figure out, was this a real situation? And tragically and unfortunately, it turned out to be true. She said, of course, this is something you kind of just only see in the movies or, when you turn on the news. It's just not something, she said, she expects to ever really happen to you, and also, especially again, this being such a smaller town where, a lot of violence doesn't typically break out in these types of situations.
Brittany, you had mentioned that earlier you spoke with a parent who said that this happened in a 9th grade classroom. The student you just spoke to was a sophomore. Is it clear if this was like on the same hallway or if this was a class with multiple grades in it?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I'm glad you brought that up because I do want to clarify. We do not yet know, or I do not know rather, if that classroom that had the 9th grader in it who experienced seeing a student leave the classroom and come back in with a gun, if that was the same situation. As how they have described it, it doesn't sound like it is, but at this time we're still waiting to kind of hear from law enforcement as far as what happened and really give a confirmation on how many people were shot, were injured, and a number on the casualties. But from what they have described, it doesn't sound like they are one and the same. So it kind of sounds like you have the teacher who was shot in the classroom when a student came back in, per these students, and then also a 10th grader describing being a hall over and then watching everything unfold, and then having a math teacher come to the door of a classroom along that hall, try to check things out, and then getting shot. And again, she just really described the trauma that she experienced as watching this beloved math teacher just lay there in that hallway after getting shot. Definitely, especially just these kids being so young, this is something you don't expect to see in real life. And right now there's a lot of emotion swirling around, and as these students come and try to wait to get connected with their family, of course, I also spoke with a parent who says, she just is really concerned about her middle school and elementary school students who are on a lockdown and she can't even get them yet. And even though she says she didn't have a child in the high school, it still is just a traumatizing experience for the entire community. And she really just want to, get those kids, hold them, talk to them, and as a parent, try to describe and explain, if she even can, what happened here today, and just be there as a support system for those kids. Lindsay?
Well, our thoughts and our prayers are certainly with that teacher who presumably was reportedly, though unconfirmed, shot Brittany, and certainly all the other victims. I want you to stick with us for a second because, and I don't know if you kind of gathered this as you were walking toward the area, but you have Apalachee High School behind you. You have Bethlehem Middle School off to the left of you, and then we saw in Brooks' live shot a parent walking with a child in arms, an elementary school, Yargo Elementary, which is also down the road there a piece. All of them presumably put on lockdown while all of this was going on.
Yeah, that's correct, and that's what that parent did confirm with me. However, I just spoke to her about 5 minutes ago, and she said she has not been able to get her children, one who is in middle school, another elementary school student. She says she has not been able to get them yet, but we have been seeing, students trickle out, so I'm not sure what the official status is or if they are being released, just a few at a time, because we're not hearing, an official word from the school district yet as to what that kind of process looks like. So she's still waiting personally for her 2 kids. However, we are seeing a steady stream, small albeit, of parents, walking with their kids. But as you described, we've got a row of schools here, and that kind of just adds to the response and the congestion in this area, because for us to get here, you are looking at hundreds of cars. It lined so far, I looked on my car, it was about a 1.5 mile distance of how far out cars are parked from, parents and, loved ones of students and faculties, etc., who are trying to make their way here. You got to walk about 1.5 miles just to get, anywhere close to this school. That's how far those cars are lined, and that's kind of just the presence from parents, that's not even law enforcement. I mean, that's been tremendous as well. I've never seen anything like this in any type of Metro Atlanta story that I've been here for years. This response has truly been tremendous, and you've got just multiple agencies, jurisdictions, everyone working together. The presence is really just mind-boggling. I mean, this area is just full of probably 1,000, maybe 2 vehicles, because you're just seeing an overwhelming response from those who are trying to help out and those who are just, again, trying to make it here and connect with those kids.
And so, Brittany, you've been able to give us perhaps the clearest picture and the most compelling picture of what's happened so far, of what you've been hearing from parents as reported by their students. And I think it's useful and instructive, even though we're waiting for that 4 o'clock news conference to sort of confirm these details, exactly what those students told their parents happened this morning. Can you go over that again?
Yeah, let's talk about this and let it unfold a little bit, because I want to actually start with the sophomore girl that I spoke with. She is amazingly, I just have to commend her, composed and sharing her experience. She did want everyone to know about it. I asked her, I said, look, do you feel comfortable speaking? She says, yes, I want everyone to know not only what happened, but also about this beloved teacher. And what she described again was hearing a lot of noise and commotion, in the hallway. There was a lot of uncertainty. They really didn't know what was going on at first. And she says, they actually have a lot of drills and different situations here at the school, and it being, again, kind of towards the beginning of the school year. She says at first a lot of the kids were like, oh, you know what, maybe this is just a drill, and I didn't even get caught up on the fact that we were having a drill today. And then, after more commotion and people started running to the hallway, that's when the picture really became clear that something was going on, something was happening. And then she described how she was one hallway over, and then they started moving, and that at one point, that is when a math teacher who she described as just beloved, and again, quote, the most chill teacher and caring educator that they have. She says he's a personal favorite. She said that he came to the door of the classroom and kind of like her was trying to figure out what was going on, what's this commotion. She thinks, I do want to add, this is new as well. She says that she believes that, he's a hero, just for being the fact that if there was just, say, a fight that was just simply breaking out, he wanted to go and check on it and figure out what it was and break it up, just to care about the students' safety, not mattering whether or not this was a shooting or not, but just to break up the fight. She says, that's the type of teacher he is, to always just make sure kids are okay. So she says that when that teacher came to the door of that classroom, that is when he was shot. She said that he, again, and this may be a little bit graphic, just heads up for our families at home, but that she saw him laying there on the floor at that kind of entrance of the classroom, meeting the hallway, in blood, and it was a terrifying experience. She says she doesn't know how he is doing, but that the injuries definitely did look severe, and that's causing a lot of concern, she says, for her and all of her other classmates, because again, they loved this teacher just so much, and she's really having a hard time digesting that this happened, again describing it as just being kind of like a scene out of a movie. Now that is what we are hearing from a sophomore who was in a hallway, and the last thing that I do want to add from her experience was that she said that there was a tremendous police response when they arrived. She says that they were just running through the hallway. She said that one of her friends actually got just yanked and pulled into a classroom when this was happening as well. She said, and that's really another one of those key moments when she realized that something was happened, because people were yanking students in. So that also being a new tidbit right there about others just trying to pull students in. When you hear a lot about these various drills that schools will do, the first thing you hear about is when they go into the lockdown, the securing of the classroom. But from her description, how it sounded in that hallway near at least one of the shootings, one victim, she says that her friend, another student, a girl, was just yanked in by someone from the classroom classroom. So what it sounds like from these student stories that they're sharing is that there was a lot of heart, a lot of caring from those inside the school, inside those classrooms, trying to get those other students to safety, yank them in as all of this was happening. Now, what we heard earlier from a father, he says that his daughter, she is a freshman. Let's kind of go over that story as well. Another just horrible account of what has happened and unfolded here at the school. I do want to go kind of just blanket this story once again and say we are still waiting for official confirmation, but this is what is being shared with us by students and or their parents. And this gentleman told me that his freshman daughter was inside a classroom and that a student left that classroom, was gone for a few minutes, and then later returned, came in, and then shot their teacher. What's not clear is if that particular story shared by that father, if that was connected to the math teacher. Honestly, from what I've heard, it doesn't sound like it. But again, before we make any type of the connections there, we do want to wait for official confirmation. But it kind of sounds like, from what the students were describing, these are two separate incidents, because you would have a student coming back into that classroom and shooting the teacher on one account, and then separately at a hallway, a teacher coming to check out what was going on, and then getting shot. So it does sound like there was at least two separate scenes kind of unfolding at one section of the school at least. But of course, we are still waiting from, the sheriff's office and other responders to officially release information. I mean, they are out here in full force working on confirmation, but as you can imagine, a very hectic scene. And as we've described to you, us and the fellow crews, I mean, the response out here has just been tremendous. And even just getting anywhere near the school, it's going to take you about a 1.5 mile walk, a trek to get out here, just because of all the families pouring in, and also the responders that are lined up trying to not only help process the scene, but also kind of coordinate if and when the families reunite, and also just support this county, because this is just something, as that one sophomore described, as something that happens in the movies or that you see on the national news, but you never think will happen, especially in this smaller community, this smaller, tight-knit town.
Well, again, Brittany, just such compelling reporting there as to what exactly happened. Thank you. Again, our thoughts are with that teacher who was presumably the victim of a gunshot, and any other victims that were involved there. But it seems one of the common denominators in the reporting of both you and Kevin Stewart, who also spoke to a parent, is that some way, somehow, a faculty member was involved here. We know that at least one victim was transported to Grady Memorial Hospital with traumatic injuries, and we're just not sure if that indeed was the faculty member who we're talking about. But we know Judd Smith, the sheriff out there, briefed reporters and said that there are multiple victims. Joined now by Fox 5 anchor Christine Spiro up here on the set. Christine, on what has been a very upsetting and alarming day up at Apalachee High School up in Barrow County, where we have multiple gunshot victims at this high school, which all of this unfolding at about 20 after 10 this morning.
And I want to share, because I listened to the entire press conference with Sheriff Judd Smith, the Barrow County Sheriff, and I just want to share some of the information that he passed along. He initially is saying he understands the urgent need to get information out to the public quickly. Of course, they want to get information out to everyone on what happened here, if there is an active threat, etc. But he emphasized that it is important for them to do the work that they need behind the scenes to get all the details, all the facts right before they release this information to the public. We always talk about in the news business, we'd rather be right than first, right? You want to get the information correctly out to the public the first time, so you don't have to backtrack down the road. And so that is why he didn't answer any media questions after this brief news conference today. There was even one reporter who shouted out a question, were there any casualties here at Apalachee High School? Because that is what's being reported. He would only say he's not going to answer that question, but there were a lot of injuries, is how he phrased it. Yeah. So he's not even touching on what is being reported out there, that there are casualties, even though in a press conference earlier today, they did say casualties are reported. They did not specify how many, but there, of course, are multiple injuries as well. Just want to emphasize from the law enforcement standpoint, the importance of them to get this information right the first time. And
so much of it coming from seemingly every direction. Want to get out to Fox 5's Kevin Stewart, who's live on that road where so many parents have been streaming into the campus to try to retrieve their children. Kevin, obviously the parents extremely concerned, upset, and full of anxiety after what transpired this morning there at Apalachee High.
Oh, without a doubt. You see the families walking up and down. To be honest, the most touching interview I had with a young man, 17 years old, student here at Apalachee High School, wasn't at school today. He said he skipped school, go to a college event. He came here looking for one of his classmates. He was clearly very broken up. We talked to him, didn't show his face, and we're going to try to turn that sound around for you in a little bit. But he was clearly very upset because his friend would not answer his texts, would not answer his phone calls. He was very concerned. In fact, I also had a chance to talk to a parent who went through a lot of that angst herself. She was trying to get a hold of her daughter, Melanie. Fortunately, she did get a hold of her, and we had a chance to talk with her. Take a listen.
Well, it was a lot of anxiety trying to be able to get in contact with Melanie, not being able to get a response from her, no phone calls, no text messages, getting here, going to a football field, and then I see my daughter waving at me from up there, and then being able to hug my daughter and see her again, but it's a terrible feeling.
Is it the kid I was talking about? Okay. And so obviously a very touching situation there. We talked to her daughter as well, who was a sophomore here at Apalachee High School, and she told me about the drill situation. She said they've only gone through one drill that she can recall, and this was an opportunity to put that into action. Take a listen.
First, they said it was a drill, then they ended up saying it wasn't a drill no more and that it was for real. Next thing you know it, we heard people were sending messages to each other saying it's not a drill, it's an actual shooting, be careful and, stay safe. And then when I figured it out, I texted my mom. My mom had told me I love you, and I was scared because I was like, what if I never see my parents again? So I was crying, trying to make sure I was like to stay safe, like I was scared, frightened.
Yeah, it's a scary situation. We never know what we wake up to in the morning, and I know no telling what will happen during the course of the day. And that was one of those things that you take for granted, that you send your child off to school, they're coming back. From the child saying, I'll see you later, Mom, I'll see you later, Dad. And that family clearly, that was going through their mind, trying to figure out, what's next. I didn't expect this, and that is a story that we expect to hear from a lot of people. And like I told you, I talked to that 17-year-old. Hopefully, we're going to be able to get that sound to you shortly, because that was truly, really brought it really home to heart. And I hope that young man does find his good friend shortly. Back to you guys.
All right, Kevin, thank you so much. And looking at Barrow County School District policy, I was wondering if there was a cell phone policy in place. We've been reporting on stories with schools issuing a ban, in the sense that kids would have to put their cell phones away in a secured packet so they wouldn't have it during the school day. There does not appear to be that type of cell phone policy in place in Barrow County schools, so it's no surprise that students were immediately able to text their parents, text each other when this was all going down, as to what was happening in that moment, because as Brittany was reporting, a lot of kids didn't understand. They thinking it was a drill, thinking it wasn't real, when they soon realized it very much was a real school shooting. And
that's where we've gotten some of the clearest reporting of what might have happened at that school today, short of the official information from the Barrow County Sheriff Judd Smith, who held a news conference not too long ago calling what happened there on campus today an evil thing, confirming there are multiple injuries, one of which was transported by Life Flight helicopter to Grady Memorial Hospital, where our Angelique Proctor is on the scene and saw GBI agents rushing into the hospital to try to information gather from a victim who is there at the hospital. There you see the agents there on the ground at Grady entering the building there, and that they have a suspect in custody, that obviously that this was a rapidly evolving situation this morning when it broke out just after 10 o'clock, where you had local, state, and federal agencies swarming that campus really within a matter of minutes. And earlier in the afternoon, Christine, I referenced a Facebook post from back in 2022 from school resource officers up in Barrow County at this very high school going through a drill to prepare for an eventuality exactly like this, to respond to a shooting, God forbid, when and if it happened, and today it did.
And how many times do we cover stories like that? It seems mundane, right, to say that these departments are doing these drills, and now we see today how necessary those drills and practice sessions are. Let's go out live to our Eric Perry, who is also on the ground, who is speaking to someone here to hopefully give us some more information on what happened today. Eric?
Yeah, Christine, Tom, we've been following the parents as they've come down. We've also seen more flooding coming in from different law enforcement agencies. Of course, my perspective is outside, but I'm here with Camille. Camille, you were inside the school. Walk us through, first of all, thank you for here.
Well, I was sitting in my classroom and he came up to my door, or the door to our classroom. Classmate got up. She went to open the door, but she didn't. Because she saw that he had a gun, she announced it. As soon as she announced it, he started firing. We all went into the corner. Yeah, we just kind of heard a lot of gunshots. Then we heard a lot of, and then maybe 3 minutes later, we heard police running in. And then as soon as we went out, it was flooded with police officers and a lot of deputies.
So I want to be clear. You saw the gunman come to your classroom door?
Yes, sir. He was my classmate.
What is going through your mind? This isn't every ordinary day. You're seeing the gun. Just walk us through that, because to a lot of people watching, you're young.
Yeah.
You should not have to deal with that. Walk us through this if you can.
I mean, I just kind of got up, was getting ready. I mean, I never, a lot of people say that it's something that you never really think is going to happen. It's not something that goes through your mind in the morning, and it's really not something that goes through your mind in the morning. As soon as I got to school, I was excited. I really wanted to be at school that day. And, it was just complete, bust, because I was hoping for a good day, and it just turned into a terrible one for families and everyone.
How many gunshots do you remember hearing, if you can even remember how many?
At our door, I'm going to say 4. I remember hearing 4. And then he went to the other classroom next to ours, and I'm pretty sure I heard 6, 8 gunshots. And then I'm pretty sure he moved on to another hall because I heard more gunshots.
Have you processed this? I don't know if you have. This has just happened. How are you even processing this?
I don't know. I'm kind of in shock. I was in a lot of shock because I never really thought it would just happen to my school. I know it happens to others, but it just kind of was I didn't really think it was going to happen to my school. It's definitely something hard to process, especially if you know some of those kids. And I mean, it's only the second month of school, so it's really very shocking.
That you can, through from a parent's perspective, getting all of this, what is even going through your mind as you're processing this?
My wife's a teacher. She was teaching at the elementary school next door, and I got a text that we had an active shooter situation, and of course your first thought is my wife, and then you're thinking about the other students and other parents, and are they safe? So at that point in time, I just was praying that God would protect my child, the other children. It's just a sad day, but it's a parent's worst nightmare. And again, you hear the cliches about you never thought it would happen in your area, and that's true. But it is a sad day, and we want to make sure that we're praying and supporting those families that have had tragedy into their homes today.
I know you guys have been out here all throughout the morning. You've had a very rough morning. As we leave, describe this school and describe this community. I mean, this does not even come front of mind to a lot of people that are happening here. Describe this community for us.
I have a lot of really nice. I love all of my teachers. They're definitely someone I could go to if I needed to talk. My coaches are like that too. I mean, it's small. It's not, everyone kind of sometimes gets along with everybody. Everyone has fights, sometimes. But I feel like the school is a good place to go, and I feel like just that happening kind of separates everybody, and everybody wants to be isolated and not really talk about it. So I feel like this is going to be kind of a hard thing to get through for the whole school.
Absolutely. Camille, thank you so much. You've had a very long morning, and we're praying for you, and we're praying for you as well, okay?
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. So you guys, that was a live interview that you were listening to with Camille. She says that the gunman came to her door. They did not let that gunman in. She describes hearing 4 to 5 shots. Outside of that, the magnitude of what you just listened to. She is 15, 16 years old, inside, knew that person, said he was the classmate, saw the gun, heard the gunshots, did not let them inside of that particular classroom. Imagine these people first thing in the morning, they are huddled up. I'm just getting chills just re-describing what you heard just there. And then they heard to go to a classroom next door where they heard even more gunshots, and then coming to find out all of this tragedy that happened here. So there's still a lot of activity and a lot of emotions. Again, this is someone who is young. This is our next generation, and this is something that they are dealing with. Christine, Tom, tossing it back to you guys right now.
Wow, some graphic accounts. Eric, as we get new information, thank you so much. We have breaking news to report right now from the GBI.
Yeah, they are reporting now that 4 people are dead. 9 others are hospitalized. This is coming from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, confirming what we were hearing earlier. We were reporting casualties were reported by the sheriff's office. The GBI now confirming 4 total are dead and 9 are hospitalized.
So this story takes a brand new and very tragic turn right now. We're told that the victims are being treated not only at Grady Memorial Hospital, where that life flight victim was taken, but at Northeast Georgia Medical, Gainesville, and Barrow, where they have received patients as well. But now confirmed reports of at least 4 fatalities, with 9 at the hospital.
And really incredible to listen to that student's take on what went down at her school today. You think about it, the school has been in session for 23 days.
Yeah.
23 days. Barrow County Schools started school August 1st, and something like this takes place. But what she describes is consistent with what we hear is protocol for school shootings, for students to hunker down in their classroom and lock the doors and get away from the doors and windows. So if there is a shooter outside the building or outside in the hallway, that they do not have access to them. And just incredible to hear her say that this gunman was her classmate. She knew this person, and to hear now that 4 people tragically lost their lives today on the 23rd day of the school year, it's really hard to put your head around. As much as we report on this happening across the United States, sadly, this has happened in our backyard.
Well, and in light of that breaking news, it's just remarkable when we hear these eyewitness accounts from the text messages that went from students to parents, from a student that Eric Perry just interviewed out there on campus, the composure with which they're reporting details of what happened. And now we're sort of being given a picture of what unfolded inside the hallways of Apalachee High School exactly 4 hours ago. And there will be no doubt accounts of heroic actions taken not only by the faculty members there who might have confronted this gunman, but the students who were inside those classrooms.
And incredible just to see how immediate the response was, not only from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office, but surrounding agencies swarming to the campus of Apalachee High School to try to get a handle on what happened here. Of course, we talked about how much they have trained for this, and it just seems like the response was just so immediate to get the students safe and out of the building. A lot of them gathered out on the football field as they waited for their parents to come get them. Curious to know how that process went down, because things happened so fast. How organized was it to get students to their parents? Of course, there is a process to make sure the right student goes to the right parent, so that had to be chaotic in its own way, in a sense. But students were quickly filed out of the building. 1,900 students at that, 9th through 12th graders, getting out of the building as quickly as possible and in the most organized fashion as possible as well out on the campus. And you think about this, 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds witnessing and experiencing something like this. It really just should not happen.
It's unimaginable. And so now this turns into a murder scene investigation as state officials from the GBI have been on scene since this whole thing broke out, with now confirmation from the GBI of 4 fatalities and 9 at least other injuries from this gunman who is now in police custody, who opened fire at Apalachee High School this morning at 10:23 a.m., where 2,000 students attend every single day. We've heard of the remarkable composure from not only our Brooke Zahner, but Brittany Edney and Kevin Stewart, of the reporting from students to their parents through text messaging what unfolded that morning. Some pretty compelling and graphic accounts of not only the gunman, but the teachers who might have come in contact with that gunman, and the quick action of students who might have prevented more casualties from happening there this morning.
I would imagine school will likely not be in session throughout this week. We will wait to hear from Barrow County school officials on how that will be handled this week in light of what has happened here at Apalachee High School. You talk about all the surrounding schools that were impacted by this within proximity of where this school shooting happened, and the urgency for families and parents and mothers and fathers to get to their children and just hope they can put their arms around them once they get to the campus of the school.
Yeah, this is a tragic story that unfortunately plays itself out over and over again in our society these days. It happened down in Fort Lauderdale at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, where I reported for the station for days and days in the aftermath of that shooting. And I can tell you, a couple of things happen in the wake of situations like this. The community really comes together, and from what I've gathered out there in Barrow County, this is a pretty dispersed but pretty tight-knit community, and a tight-knit campus community where that student reported to us that they are all bonded together. Yeah, we fight once in a while, but we are a close-knit campus community where everybody knows each other. And so we don't know if the murder victims have been taken out of the building yet. This is certainly now a crime scene investigation, which will unfold in the days and hours and weeks to come.
And you just think about, you bring up Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, how much more advanced and knowledgeable and trained are officers now since an incident like that.
Yeah, every time something like this happens, they learn from the last one. And perhaps that prevents further casualties, and it expedites the way that authorities are able to neutralize, a gunman that walks into campus. That's something else we don't know a lot about at this time, is how is this gunman related to the campus community? Is it a student, an alumni, or somebody completely unrelated? That information hopefully will come out here. We're expecting a news conference to happen at about 4 o'clock this afternoon, where we're going to get a lot more information from authorities as to what transpired this morning. But the worst news has been realized now, is that we have 4 fatalities and 9 other injuries.
Just so absolutely unfortunate. Our hearts, of course, go out to those individuals. Obviously, there is a process before information like that is confirmed to the media. There is a process of making sure next of kin is notified as to what happened, that their loved one has passed away. We imagine that process has since taken place for that information to be released to the public now that 4 fatalities have been confirmed. We do not know if that number will increase. We certainly hope that is not the case. But again, still so many questions that need to be answered with all of this, as to, especially with the suspect being in custody and alive, that person can be questioned now as to what the motive was. How premeditated was this? How did this weapon get in the possession of this individual? How did they get it on campus? All of these questions, I'm sure, being asked by officials with a suspect in custody. And of course, with those who have been wounded in all of this, they certainly will have critical information to help authorities piece together this puzzle, piece together this timeline of what happened at 10:23 this morning inside Apalachee High School until now.
And so we've heard from state officials, and federal officials are up on what's happening as well. All the way from the White House on down, Governor Brian Kemp releasing a statement earlier saying that he's directed all his resources to what's happened. Representative Mike Collins, who's the congressman that represents this area, has also released a statement. This is from the governor, that he's joining family in prayers for the victims, and that they're going to continue to work with the local and state and their federal partners as they work to gather more information as to exactly what happened here. And
we just received an official statement from the White House. We told you earlier President Biden was briefed by the Department of Homeland Security. I'm going to read some of what he wrote here in this statement on the shooting at Apalachee High School. He says, "Jill and I are mourning the deaths of those lives that were cut short due to more senseless gun violence, and thinking of all the survivors whose lives are forever changed. What should have been a joyous back-to-school season in Winder, Georgia, has now turned into another horrific reminder of how gun violence continues to tear our communities apart. Students across the country are learning how to duck and cover instead of how to read and write. We cannot continue to accept this as normal. We are closely coordinating with officials at the federal, state, and local level, and are grateful for the first responders who brought the suspect into custody and prevented further loss of life." He goes on to say, "Ending this gun violence epidemic is personal to me. It is why I signed into law the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most meaningful gun safety bill in decades, and have announced dozens of safety executive actions. I also established the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, overseen by Vice President Harris. We've made significant progress, but this crisis requires even more." He ends by saying, after decades of inaction, Republicans in Congress must finally say enough is enough and work with Democrats to pass common sense gun safety legislation. We must ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines once again, require safe storage of firearms, enact universal background checks, and end immunity for gun manufacturers. These measures will not bring those who were tragically killed today back, but it will help prevent more tragic gun violence from ripping more families apart. And that was the entire statement there from the White House. And not lost on any of this is the fact that we're 61 days from the presidential election, which is, in the thick of it right now after the Labor Day holiday. You can bet that both candidates will be responding in their own way. Both the vice president and the former president
himself. The two set to debate on stage less than a week from today, and this will certainly be on the minds of not only the candidates but voters as we enter the heat of the national political season, and these two parties address gun violence in their own ways and through their own ideologies. But if you're a parent of one of these victims or one of the students in this high school, politics is the furthest thing from your mind right now.
Yeah, you want to get your hands around your children, make sure they're safe and they're okay. We continue to show some of these images, again, from earlier this afternoon of what happened at Apalachee High School. We would show you currently what's happening overhead. However, there's been a flight restriction in place above the area of the high school, so we can no longer fly our news chopper to show you those images. But we have reported earlier that the school has been cleared as they try to continue to get students matched up with their parent. But the building, from what we know, has emptied of any students and staff, again, as they continue to now piece together and put this timeline together of what exactly happened here at Apalachee High School this morning. I've been combing my emails and combing any type of social media, as you mentioned, Tom, that this, of course, is it will be a topic of discussion throughout the election season. Have not seen any statements from the Harris-Walz campaign or from the Trump-Vance campaign on either front just yet, but certainly that is something that's eventually they're going to be making a statement about.
The Vice President did put something out there. We'll dig that up for you. But in the meantime, in the immediate here, want to get you out to Fox 5's Kevin Stewart, who is live. Kevin, you've been along that roadway where parents have been walking up to try to get to their kids, and now with this news that we're talking about 4 fatalities here on campus with several other injuries, the story just takes on a whole new meaning now for those folks who are walking by you.
Yeah, without a doubt. And one of those folks that just walked down here, a young man who is a sophomore, who said he did see one of those lifeless bodies in the hallway as he was walking out with his hands up. The type of thing that we have seen, unfortunately, countless times with school shootings across the nation over the last 2 decades. He had a chance to talk to the GBI and kind of give his account of what happened. He told them that he believed it happened sometime between 10:30 and 11 o'clock. He said that it was quite alarming. He said what was really uncomfortable for him is that they had only had one drill that he had gone through, and he said that they weren't quite sure where to go and how to do all of this, but he says it in the end all worked out. I had a chance to talk to his big sister, who graduated here, I think she said 3 years ago, who came to pick him up and talked about the discharge situation and how anxious that was, trying to get a hold of her little brother, but because this area apparently traditionally doesn't have great cell service, and of course a lot of people using their cell phones made it more difficult, and she was ecstatic when she was able to finally pick up her little brother, and they are on their way back home.
Yeah, you think about that. They had to physically walk to the school. And even once they get to the area where they can pick up their children, there's a process on top of that to get them. So I just can't imagine how anxious. That has to be the longest walk of their lives, I imagine, to try to get to their students and make sure they're okay.
Yeah, and Kevin's been talking to some people who've been walking by him. Kevin, if you're still with us, did they know or did they talk to you about the fact that there might be fatalities involved here? We've been sort of holding back on reporting things until we were able to confirm it, but I imagine some of those folks have told you that they knew about the fatalities, and I'm wondering about their reactions as they made their way toward campus.
Yeah, the one young man, he was the one person that I did talk to who did say, as I said a moment ago, that he did see one of the bodies in the building as he exited the school and their standard drill with the hands up. One thing, and this is, I can't emphasize this enough, how important it is to be right, not first, accurate in a situation like this. But the young man did say he saw the suspect taken into custody and did describe him. He says that he didn't know him, but he said that he did have a friend who was familiar with him, and he believes, according to him, that this is someone who no longer goes to this school.
Very interesting. We'll be certain to, when officials get back to the microphone, try to nail that down if that is in fact the case, that this potentially was someone who no longer is an active student at the school, who was able to get onto campus.
Right, and it's important.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Kevin.
and it is important because we want to be able to, he did describe even more, but I'm comfortable saying at least that much to kind of put a little bit of context in there. But that is something that I think is going to be really important and something that we will be looking forward to hearing from law enforcement and authorities coming up at that 4 o'clock news conference.
Does it appear to you, Kevin, that, I don't know from your vantage point if you can even see where the students are at the football stadium, but does it appear to you that most of the students have been accounted for with their parents? I know some don't have the ability to have their parents come get them, but do you see that there are less students out there?
Here's what I can tell you, Christine. Here's what I can tell you, and this is what I gleaned from the big sister of the young man that I just recently talked to. She says that what's happening is that you have a lot of people back on the football field as they exited the building. What you have is kind of like a gathering spot. The students, staffers, teachers, they are giving interviews to the GBI, and once that happens, then they are allowed to exit. And that is one of the reasons why maybe some of the confusion as to the process of how kids were exiting and what was done next, because they did have to sit tight for a little bit. And I'd say in the last hour, maybe, that's why we've seen this stream of families walking down from the school, because they were in a safe space on that school talking to authorities and waiting for parents to orderly pick them up, so that there is making a chaotic situation less chaotic.
Yeah, I imagine authorities, it's very important for authorities to get their eyewitness accounts before they go home, that it's fresh on their minds and they can give them a fresh account before they leave the campus as to what they witnessed. Kevin, thank you so much.
All right, and as Kevin is gathering information from parents and students walking along that 1.5 mile trek onto campus, Eric Perry made his way right in front of the school. Eric, you've been talking to students. We referenced something that one of the students told you earlier, just about the tight-knit community there and some of the heroic actions that might have unfolded inside the building there when this gunman opened fire this morning. Talk to us a little bit more about what these students and parents are telling you about the campus community there at Apalachee.
Yeah, Tom, Christine, all of the parents here, they're rallying together. The students are rallying together. But what I've noticed is just with anything tragic happening, I don't think a lot of these students and a lot of the parents have not really grasped what happened. I talked to 3 more students there. They described hearing the gunshots. They described seeing the commotion and everything that happened afterwards. But I don't think that they really grasped exactly what happened. Here's what we're seeing now here at the scene. This is the media staging area. That's where we saw that news conference earlier, that press conference earlier. We're expecting another one at 4 o'clock. They just put up more tape. And then if you go to the right there, you can see more parents coming out. I just talked to another parent. She says she had been there on the football field since about 11:45 this morning, and she's just now leaving with her student. We've heard a lot of parents saying this has been the longest morning ever. A lot of them dropped what they were doing. They ran over here to that school, and many of them have been sitting there on the football field with their child, not able to get out. They tell me that each and every law enforcement officer examining each student before they're allowed to be checked out. So we're just now seeing more and more people leaving with their kids. But a lot of people describing this small, tight-knit community here. You've seen it before. You've seen it again. You've seen the parents going over. But Michael Moore, if you could just keep going. This is just how many schools here. This is the high school. That's a middle school up there. To the right is an elementary school. And then there's a daycare as well. So there are thousands of students impacted in this, not just at the high school, but at the middle school. We're talking the elementary school, and then we're talking those infants we've seen being walked out of that daycare center that's just over there on the other side here as well. So the cars that you're seeing coming down, a lot of these are parents. We've also seen what looks like maybe high schoolers that have been able to drive to school. They've been able to leave with a parent or a guardian inside, but they're starting to trickle out as well. But again, earlier we talked to Caitlin. She was there with that gunman. She said he was her classmate. She came and knocked on the door there. They didn't let him inside, and then they heard gunshots, and then afterwards they also said she heard more gunshots from the classroom next door. But a lot of parents and a lot of the students here, they're grateful to be together, but again, they're also shocked when they hear that 4 people at the school are dead and then 9 others are injured. We also saw what looked like a medevac helicopter that was parked right outside of the school probably about 30-40 minutes ago. It took off. Not sure if there was anybody inside of that as well there, but a lot of people just now coming out from being on that football field where the parents have been reunited with their children since about 11:30 or just right after this happened early this morning, and they're just now being able to come out. So they've been sitting out there in the hot, in the heat with the sun, but they're with their children. So that is the main thing when it comes to that. Tom, Christine.
Eric, what are some of the people that you've been able to talk to telling you now that we have this information confirmed about 4 fatalities? I mean, these are likely people, we don't know if they're students or if they're teachers, but these are people these students know. These are people these students have interacted with in the short 23 days that school has been in session. What are they saying to you about this idea that one of the people in their school community has died?
Yeah, many of the students say they know those people, right? We haven't confirmed teacher, student, faculty exactly who just yet, but many of them say, you know, I've seen so-and-so around, or I saw blood, or I saw paramedics rushing in. That's the type of thing that we're hearing at this time there, but a lot of them, they're just still trying to comprehend. The one person I talked to knew the suspect, not necessarily the victims there. A lot of them have said that when they walked out, they had to walk out with their hands up like this as they made their way to the football field, because at the time they didn't know who was a suspect and who was a victim or who was innocent and all of that. But they described walking out with their hands raised to that safe location there. I think it's starting to trickle in, but not just yet with the people I talked with, just who exactly the victims are in this case. We've heard different rumblings, not reportable at this time, but many of them just still trying to process this. But I did talk to someone who knew the suspect in this, and they said that they were classmates and really just didn't expect any of this really to happen.
Wow. Yeah, it's just, you know, so shocking on so many levels, not only for folks who are watching the coverage of all this, but certainly the students who are in that campus community and the parents in the surrounding community who just want to know if their child is okay. Eric, thanks for that reporting, and then sort of enter into this area only to be blocked over a mile away from the school, trying to get to your son or daughter.
And we're getting more information trickling in on our end that one patient has also been taken to Eggleston Children's Hospital for evaluation and treatment. We do not know their condition, but if they've been taken to Eggleston, we can confirm likely that they were a student injured in all of this. So we know one person has been taken to Grady, one to Northeast Georgia Medical Center, the Barrow location, and also one to the Gainesville location of Northeast Georgia Medical Center, and one person at Eggleston. And
as we kind of wrap our arms around the aftermath of what happened today, there's no doubt that this school is not going to open for quite a while, and so these the questions will be, where do these students then fan out and attend school in other jurisdictions, because what will happen now in the coming days and the weeks is that authorities and investigators will try to piece back together and recreate exactly what happened here. There will be a forensic investigation that transpires. There will be reenactments around the school as to how the police responded. We talked about earlier, as we learn from one school shooting to the next, sadly enough, but we do learn lessons. What could have been done differently to prevent fatalities or injuries from happening? And so this becomes a crime scene. This will take days, if not weeks, to gather evidence and information. This will become a memorial site for those who lost their lives, and so it's anyone's guess. This school that is relatively young in its existence, it only opened back in 2000. What will become of this structure and this building and this site where at least 4 people lost their lives today?
And you really see humanity come into play when incidents like this happen. I would not be surprised if there is some sort of community gathering, whether it's tonight or in the coming days, to help this small rural community process what happened. As you said, their classrooms and their hallways are now crime scenes, and will be so as they piece together the timeline and what happened inside the high school in the next coming days. So I'm sure we will be hearing from those in the community, maybe even those in the church communities, to help victims really process and gather what happened. And I imagine the school district, when students do return to class at some point, will be providing counseling for these young people, counseling for their faculty and their staff.
Tragedies like this bring the campus and the community closer together. We were talking about Marjorie Stoneman down in Florida earlier. The candlelight vigils, the gatherings of students and faculty and parents. This is an experience that will likely change the lives of the students who attended that school, perhaps even on certain levels the life trajectories of many of these kids
Certainly
will want to make a difference.
Very traumatizing, and these students' eyewitness accounts are so important, not only helping us get you information, but helping authorities, more importantly, get to the bottom of what happened here. We want to go ahead and play some sound for you from one of the students we were able to talk to today. Take a listen.
We do drills all the times, so everybody thought that it was a joke at first until this girl got slammed into our classroom and she was like, there's police everywhere, like this is not a drill, until a red like siren, or not a siren, but like a light went on, until that's when we realized like it was for real. Then we heard like police literally everywhere, and it was like a chase going on in the halls. And then our math teacher got shot, and he was just laying there like in blood and everything.
That from one of the students. That's a recurring eyewitness account that it involved perhaps one of the math teachers on campus. We've heard that from several students who've been texting and reporting what happened today, that this was perhaps a math teacher. So that's basically all we know right now.
And certainly within the next hour and 15 minutes, we will bring you live the updated news conference that was promised by the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. I know they're eager to get information out to the public as they're using this time right now to try to get the details and the facts. But our Brittany Edney, one of our reporters, was able to get that sound from the students on the ground. And you hear these students are so commendable to hear the composure that they have in recounting exactly what went down. I imagine over time, it hasn't quite sunk in for them yet. I imagine over time what they witness is something like you said, will stick to them likely for a lifetime. Yeah,
our Brittany Edney is live on the scene. Brittany, you've been able to so skillfully sort of contextualize what has happened for us today based on the eyewitness accounts that you've been getting and your conversations with parents. What more can you tell us?
Well, Tom, I've spoken to more students who are able to confirm what that student who we spoke with earlier said regarding the math teacher. One student told me that when this lockdown happened, they heard about 12 to 15 gunshots. And then I was told that shortly after, they received communication through their school website, whatever this app is that these kids use to get those notifications from the school system. They received a notification to go into lockdown, and that from there, everyone in the classroom huddled down. They secured the classroom, and then after that, he says, some time went by, and then that's when law enforcement officers started making their way through the school. And when they did that, he says law enforcement had a key, and they came to the classroom, which again was secure, used that key, and then they law enforcement moved in. He says that they were told to all put their hands up. They were organized, structured rather, and then led out of the school and to a separate area on campus. So we're kind of hearing a little bit more about this lockdown protocol and what students experienced once they heard the gunshots and once the school realized that this really was an active shooter situation. A sophomore that I spoke to just moments ago, he told me that when he was leaving the hallway, when he was being led out of one of those classrooms, he said he did see a math teacher. We're assuming it's the same math teacher that we heard from the freshman earlier. He said that the math teacher was laying there on the hallway floor in blood, and he also said there was a lot of dust around as well, a lot of blood throughout the hallway. I was also told, and again, this is not actually confirmed by law enforcement, I want to preface this by saying, as I say this, but I was told by 2 students that there was an AK weapon on the ground in the hallway. Again, very important in these types of situations as information is coming in. We're hearing different accounts, that we don't take it, we take it with a grain of salt. However, I did hear it from at least 2 separate students, still waiting on law enforcement confirmation, but there was an automatic weapon there on the hallway, and that's kind of their account of what happened as they were being led through by law enforcement once that response happened. Tom?
Brittany Edney live for us outside right behind you where that campus shooting happened. As you look at pictures from earlier, Brittany, thanks, of the response in the aftermath of the shooting, the fire rescue vehicles that were there, the Life Flight helicopter that was there that transported the victim here to Grady Memorial Hospital, where we've seen the presence of the GBI as they begin to gather information. We're hearing a lot of corroborated accounts of what happened inside the building this morning, just after 10 o'clock when this shooting first unfolded. We're going to get some more concrete information from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office coming up at 4 o'clock in a news conference, which of course we'll carry live. The Barrow County Sheriff speaking out earlier, saying that what happened is an evil thing and just confirming those injuries and that they have a suspect in custody. Yeah, and I've been looking at their social media timeline as well. They said they would try to update some information there, not seeing anything quite yet. Again, officials holding information kind of close to their vest right now. So the details that they do end up releasing are in fact factual and correct, but just such a massive presence when we just show you these videos, show you how students were calmly walking out to the football field, just shows you how rehearsed this is, and how important those elements are when they practice this, when they sadly have to practice these active shooter drills in school. It looked like from the outside looking in that much of what they practice was very helpful and was a reason why people were in such an orderly fashion able to expedite getting the students out quickly and away from danger. It's kind of sad on the one hand that the shock value of this has been taken away because it's happened so many times in our culture and in our society. But on the other hand, it's something that these students, every student really now that attends school, has in the back of their head that something like this might happen. And here's how I respond in a calm, cool, and composed manner to get out of this building as quickly as I can.
So
that happened today.
As President Biden said in his statement, students shouldn't be learning to duck and cover. They should be learning to read and write when they're in school.
But good thing they know how to do it at this point.
Let's go to Kevin Stewart, I believe, is on the ground for us there outside the school. I'm curious, Kevin, now that we're a few hours removed from when this incident happened, are you still seeing that huge law enforcement presence, or are you finding that some agencies are starting to disperse to some degree?
No, we still have that law enforcement presence. Don't see too many. Let's see, Dave, if you can pan off and zoom down there, you can see this whole line of police, law enforcement vehicles that we've seen since we arrived here. If anything, some of the ones that are further up the road behind our camera have moved a little further down. We've seen agencies from all over, Gwinnett Police, Walton County Sheriff's Department, Department of Public Safety. They are still on scene here, including the GBI, multiple fire departments, and we've seen ambulances from Children's Hospital and other local EMS facilities come through this area by the campus and around the campus. Right now, what you should be looking at is folks who continue to come by and pick up their young loved ones. There's students here who we are told have been put in a safe area after exiting the building on the football field and have been giving interviews to the GBI to give their account as to what has happened here today. An awful tragedy. You know, this community, Barrow County, is one of the many growing exurban counties of Metro Atlanta, fast growing. But this is an example of how anything can happen anywhere, and we've talked to multiple kids here today who said they have drilled, and that was one of the important things here. But of course, when this happens, you can practice certain things, but sometimes things don't go all as planned. But everything worked out. They said that they were able to get out of the building and safely. One young man did say he saw one of the bodies, one of the 4 bodies that have been confirmed here on the campus during this mass shooting. That young man also did give a description of the suspect. He said he didn't know the young man, but knew someone who did graduate with the young man. And so indicating that this shooter may not be a student here any longer. He gave more detail, but I'm not comfortable revealing all of that yet as we wait for a 4 o'clock news conference to confirm so much of what we've been hearing here all morning and afternoon. Guys?
Yeah, because our Brittany Eddy as well, or one of our other reporters, was able to get sound from a student who says they thought the gunman was their classmate because she was able to see the gunman. So again, as you said, Kevin, the authorities would definitely be able to get the facts to us. They're hearing some of this same eyewitness account. They're having to corroborate it as well. So we'll see what they say about that at 4 p.m. Kevin, I'm wondering too, as we said earlier, not all students or not all parents are able to drive to the school to get their child. That buses would potentially be available to students who aren't able to get a ride home. Have you seen any sight of a school bus being able to get to the campus there yet to take some of those students home?
You know, that's a good question because, Christine, I saw a couple of school buses up the block from the campus, and I do not see them. I've lost track of them. So I'm going to assume that they've, some of them actually gone up to the school up here, but nothing right back down by the high school. And so I assume they're going to be able to pick up some of the kids. It's important to note that the adjacent school, we've seen a lot of little kids being picked up by parents as well, as obviously the school next to it, that school has been dismissed early as well.
Yeah, I'm wondering, Kevin, speaking of, what the activity has been like. That's Bethlehem Middle School, and then Yargo Elementary, also just down the street there. What kind of activity has been happening in front of those campuses, if you can see them at all?
Well, the school that is just behind the camera, where I saw the school buses earlier, that one, you see people walking down with young people, and then sometimes I've noticed them kind of cross the street and come down this path mixing with people who are obviously walking down here without a child to come get their kids. In some cases, I know that they did have another student here, but most of the activity, if you look back down here, this is the high concentration. We have crews scoured about the area, a couple crews down closer into the high school facility. We're just a little further back, closer to the middle school, as we greet people who come by and get a different perspective of what's going on here. Yeah,
Kevin, real quick, since you're able to be on the ground there and see the expressions of parents as they walk by you. You spoke to that one parent earlier this afternoon who was going to retrieve her son, I believe, who sort of calmly kind of walked you through what she was telling, what the student was telling his mother happened. Has there sort of been a common mood among parents? Are they alarmed? Do you see a lot of anxiety out there, or have they been sort of calmly proceeding onto campus?
You know, Tom, I would say for the most part, fairly common. And when we talked earlier, and we were talking with a woman who was coming down to get her child, you know, I wanted to be, because we were alive, want to handle that situation particularly sensitively, because this is obviously a very difficult, challenging situation. But for the most part, I would say most people, because they know the kids are okay, they're feeling a whole lot better right now. Parents that we have talked to, everyone said kind of the same thing in terms of the difficulty of making initial contact, and once they got that contact, how much better they feel. Obviously, there have been people who've come by who've chosen not to talk, and certainly we respect that as they want to go about their lives and their child is safe. But for the most part, everyone has been very calm and just happy that their kid is alive.
Yeah. Thank you, Kevin, for the perspective from the road there leading into the school. Mm-hmm. As you mentioned, Christine, there will be kind of stages of grief. I think in the immediate aftermath of this, students are just shocked by what happened.
Absolutely, and having to recount that and relive that again, not only for investigators but for the public, certainly something that this is a day that will be very difficult for them in the days and weeks to come. Let's go to our Eric Perry, who is also on the ground for us near the school with more information. Curious, I'll ask you the same question I asked Kevin, Eric, as far as the police presence there. It appears they are still going to remain on that campus, even though they do have the one suspect in custody.
Yeah, Christine. In fact, I've actually seen even more police coming in. Actually, I'm looking at more officers coming in off to my distance. He'll come by the time in just a couple of seconds here. We've also seen a community aspect coming together as well. Just really in times of situations like this, I've seen so many people on the back of their trucks. They have water that they're hanging out. I want to give you what these parents are also going through, as well as some of the students here. They have set out on that football field since about 11 o'clock this morning. And here comes another police officer just kind of showing that point that even more people are coming in as well. But they have sat out there on that football field since about 11 o'clock, right after that incident happened. Many of them that you're seeing leaving are just now leaving. So they've been out there for 3, 4, sometimes 5 hours, 4 hours-ish, sitting out there in the sun as well. We've also seen some parents who appear just now getting here, running to the football field. We see parents running to that middle school. I know you were talking with Kevin Stewart about that, and to that elementary school as well. We've seen some buses that are leaving from that elementary school right now, but we've also seen people walking hand in hand with their elementary school students as well there. But we've also just seen a community coming together here as well. Michael Moore, can you show this guy there? I know you have water in your hand, but are you just handing out water to people?
Yeah, I live really close by, and I wasn't called into work. I work at Northside Gwinnett, so I wanted to do something to be able to help in any way means.
And I've seen so many people coming through. Is that just kind of a testament of this community and neighborhood?
Yeah, I mean, we're in Georgia, you know, you want to help out, you want to be able to do something, you know. This is big, this is serious, and hopefully be able to do the God's work. But yeah.
All right, thank you so much. I know you have 2 cases of water. Thank you so much. But that's just a testament. We've been seeing that all throughout. People riding by on their trucks with water, handing out water, first responders to us, journalists here on the scene, to the parents, because many of them are walking up to 2 miles, someone told me. They're parking their cars and running over here as well. So many of these people we've talked to, these families, all impacted by this, and they are emotionally exhausted from all of this, from getting the news to experiencing this. I've been talking with different students as just they've come by. One girl told me that they actually had to run. So yes, they do practice situations like this, but she said that the police told them when they got to the back of the school, run with your hands up to that football field, which was a safe area. So they ran from that location of the back of the school, she said, to the football field with the police, with their hands raised as well. We talked to other people earlier. Camille, probably about an hour ago, the gunman, she says, came to her, was one of her classmates. She said they knocked on the door there. You see Gwinnett County Police coming in here as well. We hear sirens off in the district, Georgia State Patrol here, but she's talked a little bit about that gunman coming, knocking on their door, them hiding inside. Another person said they hid inside of a bathroom. They hid inside of a closet for about 15-20 minutes until the police came to relieve them and to give them some sort of relief as well there. But a lot of parents here, you can tell on their faces, you can tell that they're still trying to figure out everything that is going on here. Off in the distance, that is where we believe that the press conference is going to be at 4 p.m. With the sheriff's office and some other top officials here as well. But just a sea of people starting to come out of that football field with their parents. You've seen tears, you've seen hugs, but a very emotional and tragic day that will stay with them for the rest of their lives here, Christine, Tom.
And seeing complete strangers like that man with 2 cases of water walk by foot down to the school just to make sure people have even that basic need. I think we're going to see a lot more of activity like that. It just gives you hope in our society when you see the community come together like this.
And if there's any mercy whatsoever, it's that it's not 95 degrees today. It's a cooler day out there today. As Eric reported, those parents making the 1.5 mile trek from that checkpoint where they're not allowing any vehicles near the campus. Parents having to walk to get their kids. But there are, angels among us. That guy double arming a couple cases of water, bringing it onto campus, giving it out to really anyone who needs it, doing God's work there. But we are at 4 o'clock going to hear from state officials. I would anticipate at some point we will hear from the governor again as the GBI leads this investigation.
You say that. He just released a new statement. I had it pulled up here because I did want to read it to you guys immediately. Yeah. This is since the news has come out that 4 people tragically lost their lives today and multiple people are injured. The governor writes, Marty, the girls and I are heartbroken by today's tragedy at Apalachee High School. This is a day every parent dreads, and Georgians everywhere will hug their children tighter this evening because of this painful event. The governor goes on to say, we continue to work closely with local, state, and federal partners to make any and all resources available to help this community on this incredibly difficult day in the days to come. So that sent literally 5 minutes ago from Governor Brian Kemp online.
And we don't know that we've heard the last of the casualties involved here. This is obviously a developing situation where right now, as things stand, we know we have, according to law enforcement officials, 4 people dead and 9 others who have been injured. But of course, that could all change when we hear from them coming up here at 4 o'clock. The Barrow County Superintendent, Dallas LaDuff, just started in his position this year.
Wow.
And so he's got his hands full already because this is going to be a huge situation for him to deal with in the aftermath of all this.
And as we said, this is the 23rd day of school.
Yeah.
School started just a month ago for kids in Barrow County. So a lot for the powers that be to take on here so early in the school year as well. Our Brittany Edney has been doing a great job of talking to some more students who right now, Brittany, are kind of our eyes and ears until we hear officially from authorities.
Yeah, Christine, and you kind of said this in the past hour, just everyone, on our team just being surprised at the amount of composure and calmness that these students are able to communicate through after everything that they've just been through. I spoke to one student who says that when all of this happened, that he wasn't sure, again, what was happening, but then they got a notification on Smartboard. Now, that is the school's internal communication system. He says at that point, the students were told, go into a hard lockdown. He and others went to a corner of the classroom. Everyone huddled down on the ground together. I'm told that classroom door was secured. And then later on, of course, once law enforcement made the way through the school and started to do their sweep, going room by room, I'm told that they used a key to unlock that classroom door. Now, a separate student that I spoke with, he said that he heard a lot of loud commotion and he was surprised because he was listening to music at the time. Listen to his account right here.
Oh, so I just heard gunshots going off. I had my AirPods on full blast. I was blasting Ken Carson, and I heard gunshots go off, and I was like, oh crap. My friend pushed me to the ground. I thought it was fake until I heard more gunshots and screaming. I was like, oh, and then yeah, they pushed me out to the side, and they came in there told us to get our hands up. So we got out. And we were walking out, and then we walked past, and there was a room, and then there was a body, and there was the gun laying on the ground with the bullets and the blood.
And another thing that I've heard from two students in the past half hour was that when they were exiting, they are telling me that they saw an AK on the floor in the hallway near one of the bodies. Of course, we have heard that 4 tragically lost their lives today, 9 taken to various hospitals. But as they made their way outside of the school to safety towards the back part of campus, I am told that 2 of them have relayed to me that there was an AK on the floor. Now, I did reach out to the sheriff's office about this. I was just told that as of right now, of course, with the magnitude of information that they are sorting through and through all their accounts from witnesses, right now they can't confirm that weapon was used, but also can't rule that out. My source tells me that they are going to look into it, but again, as of right now, they can't confirm or deny whether that AK was on the floor, as 2 students have relayed to me. But again, a lot of these kids that are coming out of the school really just describing the terror of seeing a teacher's body on the floor, multiple people who were killed. This has just been, as you can imagine, a tremendous undertaking for these kids to kind of process. We've been seeing, though, a lot of that family unifications, and the parents have just been experiencing a lot of relief just knowing that they are the lucky ones being able to take their kids home and have them around the table for supper tonight. So we are seeing just a lot of thankfulness for those who are able to hold their kids tonight. And again, just a lot of sympathy and prayers are going out to the victims and all of their loved ones after this school shooting. Tom,
just so shocking and so unnerving for that whole community. As we're going to look with you at live pictures from Skyfox 5 over the scene. It was a no-fly zone for a while, but they're apparently permitting us back overhead. And Brittany, there are GBI vehicles now present out there. They are erecting their command and control tents. So I'm assuming, and I don't know what kind of activity you're seeing on the ground outside the high school, that this now turns into a crime scene investigation.
Let's actually go now live to where the Vice President and Democratic nominee Kamala Harris is speaking at an event. We understand she's going to be addressing the situation. Let's take a listen.
The teachers and their families, of course. And we are grateful to the first responders and the law enforcement that were on the scene. But this is just a senseless tragedy on top of so many senseless tragedies. And it's just outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive. It's senseless. It is. We've got to stop it. And we have to end this epidemic of gun violence in our country once and for all. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. So we will continue, of course, to send our prayers and our thoughts to the families and all those who were affected, including, you know, I'm going off script right now, but listen, I mean, you know, at the last year, I started a college tour, and I traveled our country meeting with our young leaders, right? And so it was college-age young leaders. So I did trade schools, colleges, universities, community colleges. By the way, I love Gen Z. I just love Gen Z, right? But I'll tell you, one of the things that I asked every time I went to the auditorium, and it would be filled with these young leaders, students, and I'd ask them, raise your hand if at any point between kindergarten and 12th grade you had to endure an active shooter drill. And for the young leaders who are here who are raising their hand, I'm telling you, every time the auditorium was packed and almost every hand went up. You know, a lot of us, I'll speak about myself, you know, we had, well, I grew up in California, earthquake drills, we had fire drills, but our kids are sitting in a classroom where they should be fulfilling their God-given potential, and some part of their big, beautiful brain is concerned about a shooter busting through the door of the classroom. It does not have to be this way. It does not have to be this way. And, you know, this is one of the many issues that's at stake in this election. So New Hampshire, look, we have 62 days to go. 62 days to go.
Vice President Kamala Harris responding to what happened in our own neck of the woods this morning at Apalachee High School up in Barrow County, saying that, you know, what happened this morning was a senseless tragedy. And it's sad and unfortunate that parents have to wonder, you know, will my child come home alive, and that it doesn't have to be this way. So the first reaction from at least one of the presidential candidates, President Trump, for his part, holding a town hall tonight up in Pennsylvania, where this subject will also certainly come up.
And I would imagine the vice presidential candidates, of course, Tim Walz, a teacher or a former teacher, and has worked in the school system, I'm sure will have something to say about it as well. Again, both campaigns will likely bring this up as an issue. Sadly, another mass shooting at a school has taken place, and it's certainly going to be the topic of conversation in the political world as well. For those of you who may be just joining us, just want to do just a quick reset of just all the information that we have for you right now. Maybe you're just getting home, just able to tune into our live stream, that at about 20:23 this morning, there was an active shooting call there at Apalachee High School in Winder, Georgia. And we do have confirmation from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation that 4 people have died and 9 have been taken to area hospitals, one of them being Grady here in Atlanta, another at Northeast Georgia Medical Center at the Barrow and Gainesville locations, and as well as Eggleston Children's Hospital. What we're trying to get confirmation now is who are the people among the dead and injured here, and yet another mass shooting in our community.
And so we know the gunman is in custody this afternoon, and we've heard from President Biden. You just heard from Vice President Harris and Governor Brian Kemp expressing his thoughts and prayers out to the victims of this tragedy, and Congressman Mike Collins, who represents the district up there, expressing his gratitude to law enforcement for quickly responding to this situation and expediting their investigation as to what happened here. The GBI now in control of what's happening on that campus as we get new live pictures from Skyfox 5 after having been kept away from the overhead skies of the school, understandably, as investigators sort of worked through the aftermath of what happened. Enrollment there, almost 2,000 students. The Apalachee Wildcats, as we've seen there on the football field. This has been a line that's been assembling over the past like half hour or so, that we've seen students filing out. Not sure if they're being sort of interviewed on their way out, but they seem to be going through some kind of checkpoint as they leave the campus grounds there.
Yeah, it's interesting to see dozens of students, probably these same students, were sitting in the stands there for a while. Those are some of the pictures that we had from earlier today, and now that we're able to get some more of these live pictures up for you, a very different scenario, seeing the stands empty and now this single file of students making their way to one of the exits there of the football field and going through those couple tents in order to exit. We know dozens of kids have been able to be picked up by their parents, parents who've been able to make their way to the campus, and we know there are dozens of other students whose parents are not able to do that. They're going to have to be bused home. So maybe this is a situation where they're trying to process that part of this and get the kids who aren't able to get picked up by their parents home safely via the school bus. There is still a huge police presence here on campus. We heard from our reporters on the ground. That really hasn't changed since this incident happened during the 10 a.m. hour this morning. And as we have been saying to you, Apalachee High School, now a crime scene where 4 people lost their lives today in a mass shooting. We've been getting reports from students on the ground, some students saying that they saw the gunman, the armed gunman who committed this crime. Many of the students, when it happened and they heard the gunshots, they weren't sure that if it was real or not. When they realized it was, they went into their protocol of holding up in their classroom and locking all the doors so no one else could get access to the inside until authorities were eventually able to file these hundreds of students out here to a safe place here at the football stadium. So as we're watching this progress now into hopefully getting more of these students home safely to their homes, we are waiting in the next 45 minutes to get a live update from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. They've already spoken to the media once earlier this afternoon. They didn't release very many details. They specifically said they wanted to hold the details they know close to their vest until they get all the facts straight to make sure that no misinformation gets out to the public. And you can respect and understand that they want to do their level of investigation needed before they get any details out to the public.
You know, these pictures of what we're seeing of students filing through these tents, that we don't know if they're sort of grief counseling tents or information gathering situations that students are being asked to pass through. We saw the live pictures from Sky Fox 5 of the football field and the police presence there as these students stream out. There was video of an ambulance and an empty stretcher. We know there are 4 fatalities, and we don't know how quickly crime scene investigators will extract those victims from the building before their investigation is done. We have Fox 5's Eric Perry, who's standing by in front of the school. Eric, you're out in front. These live pictures from Sky Fox 5 in the back where these makeshift tents have been put up. And I don't know if you can sort of give us any more information as to what these students are doing as they pass through.
Yeah, Tom. So I talked with parents earlier who were out there at the football field. They say that they do have to pass through several different checkpoints. So they say there are grief counselors out there. Understandably, many of these students that were inside of this school, they heard the gunshots. Some of them we talked with saw the gunman. They saw all of this activity. There are people there. There are counselors there. They can talk to people in that perspective. I've also been told that some of those tents belong to law enforcement as they scan through the belongings of those students, as they make sure that that they have everything under control before they're releasing the students to their parents. Of course, we do know that the suspect is in custody, but again, at the moment, the parents said they just didn't know who was who, and law enforcement wanted to make sure that they didn't let someone who might be affiliated with the school or with this incident be let loose. Let's take you where we're seeing now. We're seeing more active police cars that are going through here. And again, we're seeing a lot of people from a lot of different places. keep in mind, we have the high school right here, but we also have a middle school that's next door. We have an elementary school that's next door. We also have a daycare that is right across the street. So we've seen parents walking with students all the way ages from infants, babies, toddlers, all the way up to high school seniors. Michael Moore, can you show that over there? This is one of the other schools. I believe that might be the middle school. You can see some buses that just pulled in. And in the distance, I know it is a little far, but I want to just show you everything that we're seeing from our advantage out here. We saw those buses pull up. We're seeing some more buses pull up there as well. And we see just kind of groups of people walking. So these parents have had to make a very emotional, a very long walk. They've parked some 2-3 miles away, walking just any spot that they could see. You started seeing cars just kind of parked when I got out here a little earlier. They're just getting out and they're running down to be with their kids. Other parents say they've been out here since about 11 o'clock this morning, 11:30, sitting on that football field with their kids, and they're just now able to leave here. So they've had incredibly long and emotional days as they walk as well. We'll bring you back around here. We've seen some more ambulances coming in. We've seen some ambulances going up to the other schools. Not sure if they're just there as a precaution or if anybody might have had a medical emergency, maybe the heat or emotions have gotten to them. But you're taking a look from the football field, those parents walking down, many of them emotional, they're tired, but they're grateful to see their babies. But again, on everyone's mind, there are 4 people who are not with their families right now. We're not sure where those bodies are, but the impact of just what we've been seeing out here can be felt. But also, if we can find a silver lining, a community coming together. Earlier, we were there with a man with cases of water who were coming out, said he was just off from work, wanted to come down, give out the water here. And we've seen that with people on the back of trucks. We've seen that people on golf carts. People are helping as much as they can in a situation like this. Tom, Christine.
And so, Eric, you spoke to us about those students being sent through the tent where there's grief counselors and perhaps investigators trying to gather information about what happened. Is there sort of a rhyme or reason as to who was let out of the school earlier in the afternoon and those kids who were on the football field who might have had something to say or who needed assistance or help in any way?
Yeah, so when I was walking up, the first parent I talked to said just because they've never been through something like this, it was a lot of emotions and just kind of craziness is what she used to describe it, as those parents wanted to get in and the law enforcement wanted to do their job as well. I think really in a situation like this, you train, you have drills, things execute flawlessly, but there's still certain aspects to where there's be some hiccups. And I think the Parent Unification Center, we just saw a large cluster of concerning parents wanting to get to their children from what is being described to me, just trying to make sure they're all processed, and law enforcement want to make sure that everyone is very meticulously looked at and made sure that they were okay with no further questions or emotional support that they could give at this point before releasing them with their parents. I think you just saw an influx of parents and students and then law enforcement trying to get a handle on the situation while still trying to investigate what was happening inside of that school as well.
Both parents, students, and that whole surrounding community just so full of anxiety today. Eric, thanks.
And we're hearing that churches in Winder are going to be holding prayer services this evening. No surprise again to see the community jump in any way possible to help these students, help their families, help the faculty and staff here get their heads around what happened in their school community today. And you know what the first thing people go to, and no matter what faith you are, is prayer. So no surprise to hear churches and clergy coming together to pray for those, in some cases they may know, and in some cases they may not know.
And as you said, and not lost among any of this, is that it's the first sort of crisp fall day out there today of the season. Students just started classes not too long ago. We're in the middle of football season, so much excitement in the air, all of it unfortunately up there to be brought to a screeching halt at Apalachee High.
To really help you understand how much this news is spread spread across the country, really around the world. I'm on Apalachee High School's Facebook page, just seeing some of the comments that are coming through about people sending their thoughts, their prayers and condolences. Some people from Washington State saying, we are thinking about you. People from Virginia posting in the comments here. One person from South Africa posting here because they're hearing with the nature of our news now and how it can be spread. They're hearing this is just reverberating around the world at this point. Brittany Edney is on the ground for us as well. Brittany, what do you have from where you are?
Tom, Christine, you know, we continue to have just these harrowing accounts of what transpired here throughout the day from students. As those accounts come in, so does a lot of the media. You know, video that has been recorded or pictures that have been taken from this school shooting. I can tell you that we have a new video that we're not going to show just because of how graphic it is in nature, but I do want to talk about it because it really just kind of goes to show what these young folks have been experiencing. We have a video where you can see law enforcement in the hallway and a body clearly under a long white sheet, blood coming through, and students having to pass that body as they make their way down the hallway and out to the back of the school, you know, towards the football area so that they can, you know, be in a safe area and conjugate out there. So that video, again, too graphic for us to show on air, but want to talk about it because imagine that you are that student and you are walking past and seeing something that graphic, and likely someone that, you know, you normally pass through the hallway every day, or it could have been one of your teachers. You know, throughout the afternoon we have shared with you accounts from students. One in particular, she is a freshman, and she told us that she saw her math teacher, a beloved one at the school, who she described as being a favorite and also, quote, the most chill teacher on staff. She described how he came to the door of a classroom to check out what was going on in the hallway when all of the commotion started, and explains that that's when he was shot, and he was then laying in a pool of blood in the hallway. And so, you know, all of those students who were in his class would have seen that, they would have experienced it, and then had to go by him, just like this young girl who did. She said she was just up the hallway a little bit once that was happening. And she also described something pretty powerful as well, as far as once these students realized that this was not a drill, that this was an active shooter situation, once they came to that realization and started running for safety, that some students in other classrooms were opening the door to wave other kids in. I'm told that her friend she saw get yanked into one classroom right out of the hallway. And you have to think about it. At this point, I don't know if the hard lockdown was in place yet. Eventually, from what other students are telling us, that hard lockdown went into place. They all got that communication. So I'm not sure if it's before or after that. But regardless, kids are trying to get their fellow classmates to safety when you are, in a very fluid situation. Not only do you not know what's going on, but you don't know where that possible, where that gunman possibly is, or that suspect is in these kinds of situations. So these kids are still opening those classroom doors and trying to get their fellow students to safety. So I feel like that was just, a really powerful testament to these kids and, how thoughtful they are of others. Another student that we spoke to, I want you to hear his account. He described how he was listening to music very loudly, and even through that playlist, he describes how he started coming to that realization that, wow, this was an active shooter and that this was happening. I want you to listen to his account.
Oh, so I just heard gunshots going off. I had my AirPods on full blast. I was blasting Ken Carson, and I heard gunshots go off, and I was like, oh crap. My friend pushed me to the ground. I thought it was fake until I heard more gunshots and screaming. I was like, oh. And then they pushed me out to the side, and they came in there told us to get our hands up. So we got out, and we were walking out, and then we walked past, and like there was a room, and then there was a body, and there was like the gun laying on the ground with like the bullets and the blood.
Now, you just heard him talk about a gun laying on the ground. He also told me that that gun, he says, was an AK. Another student also told me that that was their belief as well. Now, as of right now, we have not got any type of confirmation about what types of weapons were or were not used in this school shooting. I did reach out to my sources at the sheriff's office. I was told at this time they can't confirm that an AK was involved, but they can't deny that either. So they are still going through this magnitude of information themselves, speaking to students and, you know, of course, processing this scene. So at this point, we can't get a definite answer on that, but it is something that we are looking into, and hopefully we'll get more answers from the upcoming press conference with the sheriff's office at 4 in just a little bit. Another thing that you heard that student talk about was everyone kind of coming together, getting down. I do also want to describe to you what his friend talked to me about, which was the act of getting out of the classrooms. You know, they described how when law enforcement came in, they were all told to have their hands up. They were all led, you know, as quickly as possible outside of that classroom, and law enforcement gained access to that particular classroom, he says, with the key. And this is after that hard lockdown had gone in place and that notification had gone out to students through Smartboard, which is their communication system here at the school. You know, he also described just how emotional it was going past those victims' bodies as they had to go down the hallway. Again, we are choosing not to show you some of the graphic video of where at least one of the victims' body was that was covered with a sheet and blood was coming through it. But in that video, we could see students having to pass it. There was no choice. You had to go past that body in order to get led to safety. So a very traumatic day, and students here are not only experiencing and feeling a lot, but they've seen a lot as well. Tom, Christine?
Just a couple real quick questions for you, Brittany. Number one, we don't know where on campus this shooting happened. In other words, in what building and what section of the school yet, do we?
I do not have exact locations, no. All that we have gotten from, and this is again through students, their firsthand accounts, which they have been bravely and calmly explaining to us through all of this graphic scene today. They have been calmly explaining their accounts. They have said that they were in a hallway, not exactly what building location, but in hallways. I've also spoken to a student in a teacher's classroom who was in the math teacher's classroom, and their parent, and that parent told me that their daughter contacted them and said, hey, there is an active shooting going on. Someone left our classroom, went out for a few minutes, and then came back in with a gun. Now, we don't know exactly what transpired either beforehand. You know, was there some type of situation between a teacher and a student? Was there something unfolding between two fellow students that a teacher tried to break up? We don't know what really led up to that moment, only that a student left, came back, and then there was a shooting. And that is from a parent who talked to their child as they were picking her up, a freshman. He came out here to pick her up. So the specifics as far as like where everything was located in the building, we're not getting yet. But one thing that I am seeing, a common thread, is that a lot of students had to pass the hallway of at least one of the deceased victims. Again, 4 dead, 9 at area hospital. So a lot of students are having to walk by, and that's something that's definitely going to, you know, stick with them. Think about it, whether it's a teacher or a student, these are folks that you pass in the hallway every day. Maybe you have class with, you share lunch, you share your lives, and they had to exit through that hallway and see those graphic scenes in order to get to safety. Tom?
And we just can't say it enough that our thoughts and prayers go out to the campus community there. Certainly all of the families who were impacted. Brittany, thanks. Just coming out of Brittany's piece and talking about, you know, while we have gone to school in different generations and might have had different relationships with our teachers, I get the sense as a parent, and I'm sure you do too, that children have different and closer relationships with their teachers and the faculty, whether it's through sports or just involvement in students' lives. And so that makes a situation like this, where Brittany's talking about, what they're seeing in front of them, so much more difficult.
When you think about, some of the younger kids, you've got 9th graders who made this transition from middle to high school.
Yeah, which is a big deal.
It's just a huge deal.
Yeah.
And within a month of starting their high school career,
they're traumatized by
this happens. So you certainly, when you see communities coming together, praying for each other, the grief counselors that are already on campus there at the football stadium for some of those students, that has to be an immediate element in this aftermath, trying to help these kids process this and move forward. Our Angelique Proctor was at Grady Hospital the minute we learned one of the patients was taken there. We want to go back out to her live and get a sense of what activity has been happening there. For those who might not know, Angelique, Grady is a level 1 trauma center. No surprise to learn that one of the victims was taken here.
Absolutely, Christine. We have been watching the comings and goings here at Grady Memorial Hospital all day long. And as you said, with it being the premier trauma center in the metro area, one would expect if you are severely injured, this is the place to come. And Grady officials confirmed for us they do have one gunshot victim here. It was about 11:35 this morning when I actually heard the chopper coming in to land with no doubt that person. I've talked to not one but 2 Grady employees who said they saw the chopper come in at that around the same time, and they said the chopper came in very, very quickly. And so we have been monitoring the situation since then. Around 1 o'clock today, we saw GBI agents who came here to Grady in 2 different vehicles. They went right into the hospital very quickly and presumed moving forward with their work. They were here for some 2 hours. They just left about 30 minutes ago. They had no comment as to what they were doing, only to say that their business here was in fact connected to the Apalachee High School shooting in Winder. So we did see that happen today. This has been a very unfortunate situation. Lots of people stopping us, asking us, are you all here in connection with the school shooting? And lots of people, just very disappointed that that's where we are in this country, where all of these school shootings just become a normal, everyday activity. But that is what we have been seeing. And we've been talking to Grady officials, trying to get some more information about the patient here, whether it is a male or a female. They will not confirm that at this time. We've also been asking about the condition of the patient. No confirmation there as well. They have referred us to law enforcement for any updates. We're also, of course, looking for family members of the person who was injured. We have not seen any Barrow County tags, but we continue to look for that, as well as other law enforcement officials. That is the very latest for you at Grady Memorial Hospital. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Angelique, thanks so much. You've been on the scene all morning when that victim arrived, when the GBI arrived. Interesting to note. So we got Newtown, Connecticut, Parkland, Florida, Uvalde, Texas, some of the most impacted school shootings. Angelique mentioned that it's something that's happening all too often. Those are the 3 that jump out, and now what's happening here. If we could kind of set the table as to how all of this unfolded. At about 10:20 this morning, local law enforcement descended on Apalachee High School up there in Barrow County in Winder. The Apalachee High School Wildcats, the high school campus where gunfire rang out, and there was a multi-agency response by law enforcement who swarmed that campus in the moments after reports of that shooting rang out. Authorities held a news conference a couple of hours ago reporting casualties there at the school. We learned that as recently as an hour ago. At least 4 people have died, and 9 were taken to area hospitals up in northeast Georgia, the medical center there, in Gainesville and in Barrow County to be treated for their injuries. And you saw from Angelique's live shot that at least 1 victim was taken to Grady's level 1 trauma unit.
That's right. And we don't know at this hour who is among the dead, whether they were students, whether they were faculty or staff. That is a question we hope to get answered here in the next 20 minutes when the Barrow County Sheriff's Office comes to the microphone. So many other questions we have. Who is this suspect that was taken into custody? Was this person a student? Was this person someone who used to go to the school? What are their names? This is a close-knit community. I would imagine people know their next door neighbor by name pretty well. Winder just being right along Highway 316. If you've made your way to Athens, you have driven through Winder where this has happened. It's more of a rural community, even though that's a school of 1,900, which is a lot of students. Yeah. I would imagine many of the people who live there in Winder go to that one high school, so everybody knows each other. So who are the identities of some of the people who were deceased today and who were injured? Sadly, we hope this number does not increase. We've learned within the hour that 4 dead and 9 have been injured from the GBI. There has not been an update to that number. So hopefully we do not hear at 4 o'clock that there are any more fatalities or any more people who are injured.
It's interesting, Christine, you mentioned that this community brings in 1,900 people. It's certainly a more dispersed area in terms of residential than you would get in a more concentrated area, say in Metro Atlanta. And yet, this community probably knows each other very, very well, even though there's upwards of 2,000 students on campus. Fox 5's Eric Perry, you've been talking to both students and parents as they make their way off campus. And just hearing some of the emotional and alarming and tragic accounts of what happened there this morning.
Yeah, Tom. So you've also been seeing buses like this. They've been going in and out. Hi there. You've been seeing Barrow County buses going in and out probably the last 30 minutes. I've seen them coming here to the high school, but there's really a big line up there. I believe that's at the middle school that is in the back part, and that line has grown since we've talked last. There were just maybe 3 buses at the last point, but now there are more buses. To your point about this community, everyone knowing each other, people on my Facebook page seeing that we're covering this said that they grew up here. They don't live here anymore, but they know the principal. They know they have family members who go here. They know different people who are impacted directly by this. It's one of those places where you know everybody, from what I've been told. It's a tight-knit community. You might see people in the grocery store, and even if you move away, you still know everybody that is still here. You can still see a trickle of parents and their families coming out from behind, not being able to see, and you guys will have a better perspective if there's still a large group on that football field, but it doesn't seem as many parents and family members are coming out as we once saw at one point. We've seen more cars coming in and more first responders, and then of course we're getting ready to hopefully hear from the sheriff's office here and other top officials. That is set up right on the other side here as well. Again, we have seen a lot of different parents coming here, from elementary to middle to daycare, and then of course you have the parents here at the high school as well that is coming out as well. So we're hearing different things, but we're also talking to students. One lady earlier, we talked to her live on the air. You heard her name was Camille. She said the gunman was in her classroom. It was her classmate, tried to get inside of that classroom, but they would not let him in. She heard about 4 shots outside of that. Then he said further down, she heard it maybe next door, maybe heard about another couple of gunshots happening there, and then said going to different hallways. We've talked to different students. They said they had to walk out with their hands raised like this with law enforcement, and they said they ran from that back part to that safe space, which was the football field. And many people thought it was a drill. They practiced for this, so they didn't know if it was a drill or if this was something that was for real in this incident. incident, and unfortunately this was there. But they do train for certain things like that. But one person said they just never know. And this is an ambulance that is going there with its siren. Northeast Georgia Medical Center there. Not sure if there is anyone in the back, but he is rushing off down the street there. And then we've also seen parents. Are you guys just now coming from the football field? Are you guys coming from the football field? How long have you guys been out there? How long were you guys out there? Do you mind if we just ask just a quick question? So you guys were out there for 4 hours?
Are we on the news?
We are on the news. This is live. How long have you guys been out there? I know you guys have had a long day.
I got out to school at like 11-ish because it happened during second period, so it was like 10:30, 10:20-ish.
We've seen tents back there. What are the different, are there grief counselors?
Yes, there's grief counselors, and they're interrogating students that might have heard or seen something.
How are you processing all of this, family? This is a lot to go through. How are you processing this?
I'm trying to process it. It hasn't clicked yet, but I don't wish this on any parent in any country, anywhere. I felt my life flash before my eyes, literally.
Did you hear the gunshots at all?
Yeah, I was in the hallway, so you could hear them like bang on the lockers and stuff. And then my teacher, she like left the classroom but came back. But she had like fallen, something happened, and she screamed at us. And we were in a science classroom, so there's lab tables, so we all like book it for the lab tables. She closed the door, turns off the lights, and you could hear them rattle the door. And then a couple.
Them as in the gunmen or police?
So, well, it had just police. I didn't hear police shouting until like 5 minutes later, 10 minutes later, because we heard the sirens first, and then like a couple moments later, you heard like police, sheriff, and then you could hear like before the police arrived, it was like it didn't sound like a gun, but it sounded like I was saying like a metal trash can, like going, and you could hear the kids screaming down my hallway. And then you heard more like hitting the lockers and stuff. And then eventually the police came, and walking out, you could see like what had happened. And then they took us all to the football field.
What grade are you in?
I'm in 10th grade.
Alrighty. Thank you guys so much. I know it has been a very, very long day for you guys. You guys have been listening to people who've been out on the football field for about 4 hours, Tom, Christine. They're still trying to process it. I think it's still haven't really sunken in what it is, but there are a lot of grateful parents, but they're also thinking about those 4 people who did not survive this. I'll toss it back to you guys.
Just remarkable, Eric. Thanks for that live report, how composed these kids are. She had a smile on her face, after hearing all this. One kid was listening to his AirPods and said, yeah, I heard some popping in the background, but I don't know if it's just the world and the age we live in now where the shock value of something like this, or perhaps these kids might still be in shock.
Yeah, sure.
After something like this happens. But
you hear about it so much, they tend to be numb to hearing about yet another
pretty
incident.
Remarkable eyewitness accounts.
We do have some update on patients. Just want to pass some of that along to you. We talked about the Northeast Georgia Medical Center, Barrow and Gainesville locations receiving some patients. We've learned 2 gunshot victims total have gone to the Barrow location for treatment. So 2 gunshot victims at the Northeast Georgia Medical Center Barrow location, and 4 with panic and anxiety needing treatment for that. At the Gainesville location, they have 1 gunshot victim and 1 suffering from panic and anxiety.
All right. We're also getting a statement from Georgia Senator Raphael Warnock, who talked about the school shooting not too long ago. The statement he posted on X saying that the senator's heart is broken for the families of the victims at Apalachee High School and every student, and that he goes on to say that the entire Winder community is in his prayers. But he says we can't pray only with our lips. We must pray by taking action, and expressing his thoughts and prayers and condolences for the victims and all of those who were affected by the shooting this morning.
Yeah, and again, in the next 10 or so minutes, we will get an update from law enforcement from the Barrow County Sheriff's Office, who said they would come back to the microphones to release more information. Obviously, a heightened public interest interest on what is happening here in the small community of Winder. This story at this point making national headlines and really reverberating around the world, as we've been seeing some Facebook comments from people all over expressing their prayers and condolences for this small little community along Highway 316 here in Georgia, just outside of Atlanta.
And we heard from President Biden earlier today, Vice President Kamala Harris up in New Hampshire speaking. We brought you her remarks live. President Trump will be part of a town hall tonight up in Pennsylvania and will no doubt talk about the events that happened today. So there's the political element of this, obviously, as well in the immediate aftermath. A little housekeeping issue that all after-school activities won't be taking place up there in Winder in Barrow County. And there are prayer vigils happening at some local churches in the surrounding community as well.
Yeah, not surprising to see, again, the community really coming together. We showed that young man with 2 cases of water, literally walking, 20 pounds of water, right? 30 pounds of water in each arm to get to the people who need it there on campus. There is still a huge law enforcement presence there at Apalachee High School. When this first happened, traffic was backed up for miles leading into the high school. It was taking some time for parents to be able to drive to the high school. At one point, they just parked their vehicles and literally started walking to the school so they can get to their students. So as we see students dispersing now from the campus, the law enforcement presence is certainly still there. This is now a crime scene inside the hallways and the classrooms there at Apalachee High School. We talked about the after-school activities being canceled. I would imagine school's going to be canceled for the next several days as they try to continue this criminal investigation. One suspect is in custody, so that person's going to be critical to helping piece together what the motive is and why this happened.
And you got to imagine investigators are already at this person's house gathering evidence as well if they happen to live in the surrounding community. Fox 5's Brittany Edney has been in front of the school talking to parents and students, giving us some harrowing accounts of what happened inside. Brittany, I know from my reporting down in Parkland, Florida, and the tragic and unfortunate circumstances that happened there on a much larger scale, that school was eventually demolished. We know that there are at least 4 fatalities in the buildings of this school as well. We don't know what will happen in the days and weeks ahead or where the forensics investigation goes. This is now obviously going to be a memorial site as well.
Yeah, Tom, something that you just spoke about that I want to kind of build on top of is you're talking about this forensic investigation. One thing I do want to show you over here behind me where the flag is, just underneath it, more towards the right side of the school, you can see probably about a dozen or so porta potties set up and then all the law enforcement vehicles surrounding it. I mean, they are planning to be here for the long haul. Okay, so, how long it's going to take them to process the scene. You speak to all the witnesses, write down all of those accounts, gather all of that evidence. You're talking about a long investigation, and they have already brought those porta potties out here and have set up different areas and command centers to prepare for that investigation. Now, there is something new, Tom, that I want to talk to you about. You had asked a great question earlier in the hour about where exactly in the school this shooting happened. I have new information that I want to show you. First, right out here behind where I was standing earlier, you can see this brick building with 4 columns as the door entranceway. That right there, that is the school gymnasium. I am being told by one student, a freshman, he says that the coach there opened the door to the gymnasium and was shot. And so that is his account of what is happening. He is adding just more details and locations as far as this school shooting and everything that happened. But that gymnasium is, he says, one place where the shooting unfolded. Again, adding that the coach there opened a door and was shot. Again, no official confirmation on that. This is all information that we are gathering from students as they are bravely speaking with us and sharing what happened. I do want to show you a map that this student gave me of the school. We're going to have our producers put that up on the screen. And one interesting thing that this student also confirmed, along with his other classmate, was that you saw where we are standing and the brick gymnasium, right? Well, if you look up at this map where that gymnasium is on your lower left side of the corner, I am also told that the hallway, and I'm assuming it's the hallway where we've seen a lot of the other students describe that victim's body that they had to pass. Well, it is the J hallway. If you look up on your screen in the top, I'd say upper right hand corner, you're going to see J Hall. There's about 3 other surrounding halls as well on that map, but J Hall is where this student is describing another part of the shooting unfolded as well. So as far as like the locations, those 2 different spots are pretty far apart, and so that's adding a new layer and new details this afternoon, because you got to think about how long it would take to get from one side of the school to the other. How was school officials communicating to everyone as this unfolded? We do know from a separate student that the school communication system was used at one point, alerting everyone to go into that hard lockdown. But before all of that happened, we're hearing about at least 2 separate faculty members, and we're not ruling out that it could be one and the same, but at least 2, from what students are saying, opening these doors and getting shot. Again, you have to really understand in this situation where it is very fluid, a lot of information coming out at one time, and we still haven't heard a lot from officials. So we're just giving to you the firsthand accounts that these students have experienced, but it really paints a different picture of just how much of this school and different parts of it was impacted, and how many students likely had to pass through that J hallway, out past where the gymnasium is as well, and saw these bodies laying there. That's a very graphic thing for these young folks to have to experience and see, even if they weren't there firsthand when the violence happened. A lot of them, from what students are describing, if it is this wide location between those 2 separate parts of the building, I mean, they're going to have to go through those different hallways in order to get out. So there's a lot of exposure, and one thing I really want to hear from the school district is what kind of resources long term are these students going to have, because right now they have been bravely and just shockingly been very calm in describing some of the violence and the horror that they witnessed. But once they have time to have that adrenaline kind of settle down, get back home, have those tough emotional conversations with parents, what's going to be some of the long-term impact on these young kids who experienced this massive shooting. And so definitely something that we want to see from the school. And kind of, Tom, what you mentioned earlier, what would the school's future look like, and what kind of changes could possibly come down the pipe as far as security, right? Multiple students confirmed to me that there are no metal detectors on campus, and so what kind of long-term changes to the school, and what kind of help could these kids be getting after experiencing everything today? Tom, Christine?
I'm wondering too, Brittany, you talk about these students being so brave when you're talking to them, getting their eyewitness accounts, and as they're leaving the campus, did you see any other students or families who were too emotional to speak? Again, we've been hearing these students so commend them at how well they're able to eloquently tell us what they witnessed.
Remarkably composed.
Yes. Have you seen the opposite as some other students and families exit the campus?
I really just want to hit home the fact, again, the composure, Christine, as you just mentioned, of these young kids. I mean, they are openly and they are eagerly wanting to share what happened. This was their school. This was their classmates, their teachers, a favorite math teacher of one girl. And she spoke so eloquently, so detailed, really gave a firsthand account of what happened. And you have to remember, these are 9th graders, 10th graders, some 11th. I haven't even spoken with a high school senior today. A lot of them are the younger class that have described what happened. And now the sophomore that I just spoke to said, the section of the school where that J hallway is impacted a lot of the 9th graders. So you're talking about the youngest kids in the school likely either experiencing the shooting or again having to go down the hallway, but they are speaking with us. And right now, again, after this just happened, very calmly, and when we approach folks on a story like this and ask if you want to share what happened and speak with us, it can be met with different reactions. And one thing that we always do is approach it in a respectable way and make sure we make these young folks feel comfortable and also get parental consent for those interviews. But all of these kids, they've looked to the parents, and the parents said, yeah, go ahead. And they have wanted to speak to the press. They want everyone to know what happened. They want the word to get out and this story to be shared. So they have all really given just such detailed accounts of what happened and just bravely shared the details of what they heard, what they saw, and like what their experience right now.
Yeah, we're going to hear a lot of stories, no doubt, of heroism and bravery in the aftermath of what happened today. Brittany, thanks. And as we mentioned, the closeness that some of these students have with teachers and faculty, as we look at live pictures from Skyfox 5 of the staging area of the news conference, which we're expecting here, now reported to happen at 4:30 today. From state and local officials. The camera crews are gathering, anticipating some updated information in the aftermath of today's school shooting up in Barrow County.
Yeah, Sheriff Judd Smith did speak at the microphone earlier this afternoon and prefaced that press conference by saying he's not going to give out a lot of information at that moment. That was a few hours ago at this point, maybe around the 1 o'clock hour, saying that they still want to do their investigative process, take the necessary steps to make sure the next time they come to the microphone, which again, as Tom said, is now going to be happening at 4:30, they're going to be able to give you, the public, the media, details about what happened here. Since that time, at that point, we only knew of casualties. They had only reported that casualties did happen here at the high school, and we have since learned more specifics that 4 total were killed today, 9 others taken to the hospital.
Our team of reporters are fanned out across campus there. We're going to hit Kevin Stewart in just a second, who's been talking to students and parents as they've been making their way onto campus. But we want to sort of set the table as to the events that transpired today there up at Apalachee High School in Barrow County. At 10:23, gunfire rang out. Multi-agency police forces responded up to and including the GBI when a gunman was taken into custody after fatally shooting at least 4 people there on the campus and injuring 9 others who were taken to area hospitals, including Northeast Georgia Medical in Gainesville and Barrow, for both traumatic injuries and anxiety as well. This campus was sent into chaos as students evacuated both out onto the football field and in front of campus. And then you can see there toward the top of your screen that roadway, which also passes a junior high school and an elementary school, which were also put on temporary lockdown before they captured the suspect that entered the grounds of Apalachee High and fatally inflicted those gunshot wounds on those 4 victims and 9 others. The roadway was shut down, and parents were forced to walk over a mile to retrieve their students who they were getting text messages from as to exactly what was unfolding on campus there.
And picking up their students was a process. Many of the students we saw gathered at the stadium, the football stadium there, sitting in the bleachers, and it was a process. It wasn't like the parents could just come up, say, I'm here for Jimmy, and they could just go. They had to question the student as they're continuing to try to get more information about this investigation, make sure the student who was being released wasn't involved in any way, and they had to make sure they identified and can prove who they say they were, and to make sure that the parent was the proper parent or guardian who was able to take that student from campus. So imagine walking that distance, that 1+ mile distance for these parents, then to get to the stadium and continue to have to go through, understandably, a more detailed process to make sure the students go home with the proper person. Then you have those students who didn't have the luxury of having a parent who can come pick them up. They had to be taken home by bus. We did see a couple buses here in the last 30 minutes or so exit the campus, presumably making their way to some of these students to get them home safely.
Just wanting to hug your kid after hearing something like this. A lot of those parents, since it happened late in the morning, were already at work, unable to quickly respond and get over there. Let's get out to Fox 5's Eric Perry, who encountered, Kevin Stewart, who encountered a lot of those students and parents. Kevin, we talked about the relationships that these students have with the faculty. It's certainly different, I believe, in today's day and age than when Christine and I went to high school. The closeness they have sometimes, especially if they're involved in high school sports, they're involved with their families and their academic success. It just feels like a closer school environment today.
Yeah, when you go to the kind of the ex-urban or rural areas, there is a clear difference in terms of that sense of community, because everybody knows each other and there's a sense of collegialness. I mean, we had someone just a few moments ago offer us some water. It's so appreciated. Folks are coming together and really coming together to love on one another during this really difficult time. You can wake up in the morning and not know what you're going to get into. You can drill for instances like this, and we've talked to kids who said they have actually gone through school drills but still be completely shocked, caught off guard when something like this happens. We talked to a mom and her oldest daughter who came to pick up their son, her little brother, today. He was on the football field when he was evacuated. Had a chance to talk to the GBI to give his take on what he saw, and I want you to take a listen to what he said.
Well, the cops came in after they had one of the shooters in custody. So they had us walking out with our hands up, and they were telling us to go to the left, to come out through actually these doors right here. And they told us to come back, and when I looked to my left side on the floor, I saw one of the shooters. And then I would say 10 inches before that, there was a kid that was deceased. And then I had to exit to go to the field where everybody's at right now. So.
You doing okay?
Yeah.
All right, so he is doing okay. I want to clarify something that he said. He talked about one of the shooters. As far as we know, there is only one shooter, and that person was taken into custody after this shooting, which took place here at Apalachee High School around 10:30 this morning. Guys?
Kevin, I'll ask you the same thing I asked Brittany Edney. Even the students you spoke to were just so composed and calm as they recounted what happened. Some families and students don't want to talk. So I'm curious to see if you saw other emotions out there from students that may have been the opposite of that, as people process things so differently.
I'm going to give you a kind of a personal approach to this. Sometimes when reporters show up on scenes and we're talking to people in awkward situations, and some people can be very, like we're vultures and trying to talk to folks, and we're trying to be sensitive because this is obviously a sensitive situation. And I can honestly say we only had one interaction with someone who was particularly tense. Folks were willing to tell their story if you approached them, and they would tell you what they knew, what they didn't know. And I would say, surprisingly, that people were very calm about sharing their story. I would say clearly they were relieved more than anything, because keep in mind, I've been reporting this, my colleagues have been reporting this. People have been trying to reach people on this campus, trying to find out once word got out. And because of cell service issues, they couldn't get a hold of folks. So once you get somebody that you're trying to reach, that you love, and make sure that they're safe, you're feeling pretty good, pretty happy right this. And I would say that's how people were feeling, quite relieved.
Kevin, behind you, we're seeing a larger stream of vehicles. Does that mean that they've reopened that road now that was closed off for so long that parents had to walk down to retrieve their kids? We see school buses and vehicles behind you.
Could you repeat that again, Tom? I'm sorry.
Sorry, we're seeing more vehicles behind you now. Where that road was closed and parents had to walk the mile and a half, seems like they've kind of reopened it to vehicles and buses.
Yeah, Dave, could you pan off this crowd here? We were just talking about that. I, unfortunately, because we're getting ready for the live shot, haven't had a chance to talk to any of these cars over here. But that's exactly what I'm thinking. As we've been reporting all day, cars have been parked off to the side of the road, and the road was blocked off to people who only needed to be down here. And clearly, we have seen a steady stream of cars all of a sudden come down through this area. We've seen school buses going in both directions, sometimes with students in them, just a few, and sometimes empty. But yeah, if we pan back going down to Tom Miller Road is back in that direction. If you're familiar with the area, you'll see the school crossing sign. That area, that intersection, right about that spot, that area was blocked off. And now we have this steady stream of vehicles coming through. So obviously the road has been opened up. So that is the a next phase in getting a hold of the scene right now.
So that looks like that would be Heyman Morris Road that you're standing along there. Is that correct for those, again, for those who are familiar with
Yes.
that area? Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yes, great point, Christine. Yeah, right along the school's front.
Okay. Kevin, great job out there. Thank you so much.
It's notable to say, you know, we've not seen the tears and the shaking and those kinds of emotions. Maybe, you know, the kids that have been coming out of the school weren't in proximity of where all this happened, although we did hear some kids talk about, yes, I heard the gunfire, and yes, I saw what happened, and there's the rifle, but it's just, again, we've been talking about it for quite a while now, the level of composure that some of these kids have shown as they walked out of what has been a very, very upsetting and tragic situation.
Really has been remarkable. Let's go to our Eric Perry, one of the many reporters that we have on the ground and has been talking to students and parents as well. What more have you been seeing, Eric? Because again, we're seeing the same thing that Kevin has seen where he is, where there seems to be more vehicles and commuter vehicles able to pass by that campus at this point.
Yeah, Christine, Tom, I do want to pick up on that. So while Kevin was talking, I was kind of asking some of the different cars that were going through here. This is the most cars that we've seen since I've been out here, since about 1 o'clock. They said that they've snaked their way around. But what we're also seeing is that the middle school and the elementary schools up there, you can see a lot of the buses. So you can see a lot of them are starting to be dismissed. At one point, we saw 6 buses leaving from there as well. So I think we're seeing a lot of people who might have gone to those schools. This one guy said he snaked around and he was able to get onto this road around some of the barricades here. So that's, I think, where some of the traffic is. Another point, we actually have seen some of the emotions out here as well with some of the parents. A lot of them who have been driving by, you can see tears streaming down their faces as well. We talked to students as well. We talked to people who were inside of the classroom. I want you to listen to Caitlin. She talked with us live on air. She says that the gunman was her classmate, came to the door, tried to get inside, but they didn't. Take a listen to her recount those frightening moments.
Well, I was sitting in my classroom and he came up to my door, or the door to our classroom. Classmate got up. She went to open the door, but she didn't because she saw that he had a gun. She announced it. As soon as she announced it, he started firing. We all went into the corner. He went to the other classroom next to ours, and I'm pretty sure I heard like 6 to 8 gunshots, and then I'm pretty sure he moved on to another hall because I heard more gunshots.
I was in class around like 10:30, and I heard 4 gunshots, and we all just like stood there, looked at each other, and our other healthcare teacher came in and told us to run to the closet or bathroom to hide.
Yeah, so you're listening to those accounts there. So with Caitlin, she was very composed when she said it, but standing up close, you could tell she had been bawling and crying from the tears. I've also talked to some parents as well. So afterwards, they were taken to the football team, or excuse me, the football field there, and from above, you could see white tents. They tell me that they have grief counselors out there for those students, but they also have law enforcement. They say that they were asking all of those kids who heard the gunshots, who might have been in the hallway, who might have seen something. All of this is adding to the investigation. You might have had hundreds of people who have heard those gunshots, and it seems like law enforcement and those who are combing this area, they want to make sure that they're getting all of the accounts. But again, you can see a steady stream of cars starting to go through here. You can see a lot of buses, and then off to the distance, that is where that news conference expected around 4:30 is expected to happen. That's right out here. So there's still a heavy presence. As soon as we see any of those first responders or law enforcement leave the scene, there's another wave that comes in as well. So still very active out here, Tom and Christine, but a lot of emotions as well.
I'm curious, Eric, because we are now seeing some pictures here of police vans. I mean, you've covered crime scenes because of your reporter beat. You know what the scenes look like when an investigation is progressing. Are you seeing more police vans like what we're seeing live here? It appears that they're now inside the school, furthering this investigation.
Yeah, Christine, I saw some dark colored vans, which usually indicates crime scene investigators coming in. Maybe about an hour and a half ago, they were going in. As soon as some other people were going out there, I can see some in my distance as well. So it seems like that initial investigation is going, but now they're combing through this scene. They're combing through video. They're combing through the hallways, the classrooms here, picking up every piece of evidence. This is a large, presumed to be a crime scene, as well as students told me that this happened in the hallway and that they saw a lot of there. So you have to imagine just the amount of presence that's inside. They don't want to miss anything, any detail, any clue that could be inside here as well. And I can assure you that they will be here probably throughout the night, through tomorrow, and probably the next day as well.
The work cut out for them, Eric, thanks. And presumably with 4 confirmed dead now, we're seeing that white van pulled up very, very closely to the one of the egress points of the building. Mm-hmm. There has to be medical examiners on the scene too, to remove the bodies of some of those 4 victims that were tragically killed inside that high school today. I want to get out to Fox 5's Brittany Edney. Brittany, something that Eric talked to us about, the eyewitness account of Caitlin, that student that told him about what she saw and heard, and something that we can't get on here in the studio and on this side of the camera, but what you can are the sort of the nuanced reactions of these students, because we've been talking about how composed they are, but maybe we're not seeing something that you are. He said that Caitlin was visibly upset, and he could tell that at one point she had been in tears.
I don't doubt that. I mean, considering the magnitude of what has happened today, but I will say the biggest emotion that I am seeing is a lot of concern, anxiety, and fear on the faces of parents as they arrive here to pick up and reunite with their students. We've spoken about it several times this afternoon, just how surprising it is that these young 9th and 10th graders who we've been chatting with, who've been sharing their stories so bravely, how calm they have been. But that doesn't mean just because they are putting on a brave face that this hasn't impacted them, right? You've got a lot of adrenaline. You're almost, in shock sometimes in these types of situations. Something of this level of traumatic experience, right? But you don't know how they're going to feel later on this evening, tomorrow, when official word comes back and when victims are officially identified by the coroner's office and therefore passed on to the media and through law enforcement agencies. Once that comes out, and it's not just people sharing about it, but really seeing those names and the pictures and the lives that were impacted and lost and their loved ones. When that becomes real, that could also be, a secondary moment moment for when this type of situation hits hard for those folks, for these young people. So I have not really seen a lot of tears. I've just seen a lot of eager people who want to share their experience. And also the thing that I keep hearing over and over and over again is that this one math teacher was really just loved, admired, and appreciated, who students say was shot, was laying, in a hallway, in a pile of blood. I just keep hearing about this one staff member and how much he meant to those students. But again, right now they are putting on brave faces and they are speaking about what they have witnessed, what they have seen. Earlier, a student shared with me a little bit more in depth of where the shootings unfolded. Again, remember, we have 4 confirmed dead, 9 at area hospitals. But right behind me, you can see that this brick building with 4 white columns right over the doorway, that is the gymnasium. We are told that that is one of the locations of the shooting and that the coach went to open a door and was shot at that gymnasium. And then on the opposite side of the school in the J hallway, I am told that is another scene of the shooting. And when we looked at a map of the school that a student provided to us, you could really see how far apart these 2 locations were. So there really was a lot of time that it must have taken the suspect to get from J hallway or to the gymnasium or vice versa. So the 2 locations have a lot of distance in between them. A lot of the students have talked about having to pass the bodies of either their teachers or students as they have made their way from the hallway to safety outside. One thing that we have gathered that we just aren't going to show because it is just so graphic, but we need to talk about it because these students are seeing it. It's important for families to understand what they have gone through, right? We don't want to show the video. It is graphic, but you can see a video recording of a law enforcement officer, trying to point kids into the direction of the hallway that they need to go to get to safety. But as they are listening to his instructions and going in the direction that he is guiding them, you can see very clearly a body on the ground covered with a very thin white sheet, blood coming through it. So these young, freshmen and sophomores, these young kids are having to walk by that body in the hallway in order to exit the school and get to the back part of campus over by the football field, which is where they gathered after the fact. And one of the kids who shared that map with me earlier of the school and said that a majority of it was in J hallway, he says that's where a lot of the classrooms are for the 9th graders. I'm being told that the 9th graders, the youngest kids in this entire school, that they are the ones who experienced and were exposed to this shooting and trauma. So again, these young folks are going to have a lot to unpack this evening as the adrenaline wears off and as they get home to that safe place with their family and their parents, and they start to explain what they experienced. And not only that, but when the harder news comes down of the lives that were lost today. And again, this is a very close-knit community. We heard from a freshman earlier this afternoon who said, I can't believe it would happen in this small town. This sounds like something out of a movie or something you would see on national news in another part of the country, just not here. So right now, I think there's a lot of shock, a lot of surprise, and a lot of processing that still needs to go on, Tom.
And you've brought us a lot of those feelings and sentiments from so many of the students and parents that you've spoken to in the aftermath of what has happened. Brittany, thanks. We're certainly going to learn more coming up at 4:30 when we bring you the latest from investigators. Brittany, thanks. We are receiving a statement from former President Trump. We heard from Vice President Harris at a rally earlier today. The former president saying that our hearts are with the victims and loved ones of those affected by the tragic event in Winder, Georgia. Those cherished children were taken from us far too soon by a sick and deranged monster. That from former President Trump, who's scheduled to speak at a town hall up in Pennsylvania tonight. And
we talk about the difficulty for this community to grapple what has happened there at Apalachee High School. And you think about for law enforcement as well, how traumatic it is to have to do the forensics for this crime scene, to have to notify 4 families today that their loved one is no longer here. It just speaks to, when these mass shootings happen, just the trickle down of how many, the tentacles that are extended of how many people are impacted by news by this.
Well, we talked about how some students' lives will be forever changed and whose lives will be put on a completely different trajectory in light of what happened. These are only, as Brittany was reporting, ninth graders in the immediate vicinity in this hallway J, where the freshmen assemble and go to class, where presumably a lot of this happened.
Yeah, as we're continuing to show you some of the images of what happened there at Apalachee High School, what hasn't changed is the police presence that is on that campus right now. I don't think any of the law enforcement really has barely left as they continue to comb through this investigation that sounds like it is going to be very extensive in a school of 1,900 students. So you're talking about a large facility, and then investigating where this suspect lives. We talked about, I'm sure authorities have since descended on that person's home again to try to gather some clues. We have to determine what a motive is here, what sparked this, what inspired this person to arm themselves and come to the school and commit such a tragedy.
So many questions yet to be answered. We want to get out to Johnny Edwards, Fox 5 investigative reporter who is at the Northeast Medical Center in Barrow, where, Johnny, we understand 2 of the victims were brought for gunshot and a couple for anxiety reasons.
No, actually, we're told one gunshot wound victim is being treated here right now. Also, 4 other patients being treated here for symptoms related to anxiety or panic attack. From the outside, it looks like any other day here at the hospital, but a spokesman confirming that information for us. Also at Northeast Georgia Medical Center's Gainesville Hospital, there is another gunshot wound victim being treated there. That is a level 1 trauma center, also with non-life-threatening issues, non-life-threatening injuries. At the Brazelton location, there is also one patient there with symptoms related to anxiety or panic attack. Also around Atlanta, we know of one patient at Grady Hospital. Another hospital, Children's Healthcare's Eggleston Hospital, is a patient taken there for evaluation and treatment, with the extent of injuries unclear at this time on that patient. This is, of course, an evolving situation. We'll keep you posted as we get more details. Reporting live in Winder, Johnny Edwards, Fox 5 News.
All right, Johnny, thank you so much. Let's go to our Denise Dillon, who is live at Eggleston Children's Hospital for us on the ground, where, Denise, again, we know that one patient has been taken there.
Yeah, well, when first responders first pulled up to the school, they took a look at all the victims and determined which hospital would be best equipped to treat each patient. And as you said, one of those patients was rushed here to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta at Eggleston. The hospital has confirmed that for us. Now, sources close to the hospital say that the patient being treated here is a 15-year-old female student with a gunshot wound. We do not know her condition, but obviously, as I said, medical personnel determined that Eggleston is best equipped to treat her injuries. We do hope to find out more about the condition of this student, as well as the others who were wounded in this tragic shooting. And as you just heard Johnny Edwards say, that these victims were transported to hospitals across the region and getting the best possible treatment for their wounds. Reporting live outside Children's Healthcare of Atlanta at Eggleston, Denise Dillon, Fox 5
Denise,
News.
thanks. The trauma folks at these hospitals well equipped to receive, unfortunately, patients like this, but they are ready when that does happen. One of the places where that couldn't be more true is Grady Memorial Hospital, where earlier today, one of the victims of today's shooting was airlifted. Fox 5's Angelique Proctor was there when the helicopter landed, and Angelique, you saw the GBI going into the hospital to try to gather whatever information they could.
That's right, Tom. We have been monitoring activity here at Grady Memorial Hospital all day long. And it was around 11:35 this morning. I heard that helicopter landing as it came in, obviously with that one patient, the gunshot victim that we were told about here at Grady Memorial Hospital. Lots of people wondering why shootings like this are still happening. We've had so many people to stop us and ask us today, are you here in connection to that shooting that happened in Winder at Apalachee High School? And we have to break the news to them that, yes, that is why we are here. Keep in mind, Apalachee High School, some 45 miles away, at least an hour drive. That's one of the reasons that that critically injured person was airlifted here this morning and has been treated here at Grady Hospital. We continue to ask officials here a lot of questions about that patient, questions that they say they are not willing to answer, like the sex of the patient or how the patient is doing. Lots of people walking by telling us that they are praying for this situation. Also, Tom, as you said, I did see 2 GBI investigators dash into Grady Memorial Hospital this afternoon. They arrived about 1 o'clock, presumably doing some kind of work inside. I speculated that they were trying to gather some kind of information. They were here 2 hours, left the scene about 3 o'clock, and we have been looking for additional law enforcement since that time, as well as family members of the patient who is here. We continue to monitor this situation and will have any updates as they become available. Live from Grady Memorial Hospital, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5
Angelique,
News.
real quick before we let you go, and you've been at that hospital so many times in the aftermath of something like this. Just talk to us, if you will, for a second about the readiness and preparedness. They run through their own drills there at a trauma unit like Grady to be able to receive patients in circumstances like this.
Absolutely. The moment that they hear that there has been a shooting, there are several things that immediately go into play at a level 1 trauma center like this. Grady, of course, being the premier level 1 trauma center in the state. They are ready and capable of handling particularly gunshot victims. I have been told by Grady staff over and over again, if you are critically shot, this is where you want to be treated. And of course, lots of people praying for the person who is up there now from Winder, Georgia.
Angelique, is there any indication from the hospital that they may be coming out and giving an update on the patient that they're treating there? That's not unusual for them to also do that.
It is not unusual, Christine, and I talked with the hospital official. She came out and indicated there would be no news conference about the condition of this one patient. She made that very clear because once we heard there were 9 people injured, we immediately thought, could a second one be here at Grady Memorial Hospital? So I circled back around with her and she said, no, we just have the one patient and we will not be discussing that patient's condition or doing any kind of news conferences. But of course, this is a fluid situation. Things could change at any moment. We continue to remain here and monitor this situation.
All right, folks there no doubt wanting probably to defer to officials. Angelique, thank you at this news conference that we're expecting any moment now. You saw the cameras assembled, waiting for them to come out to give us the latest on exactly what happened. We're expecting that news conference to start any second now, and of course, when it does, we'll take you to it live.
We will hopefully get the nuts and bolts of what took place this morning at Apalachee High School. There's still such a huge police presence there as we're watching the investigation unfold with many of the police vans, and we're seeing officials going in and out of the school still. So I'm curious to see how much of the nuts and bolts at this point Barrow County sheriffs will give us when that news conference starts, but they are cameras are in position to take that live when that happens.
And what, if any, information has changed? I mean, we know now the latest here as you watch officials approach the cameras there to give us the latest. What has changed? We know at least 4 dead. 9 taken to area hospitals with severe injuries. Judd Smith, the sheriff, will no doubt lead this news conference up there. But a lot of long faces, as you can imagine. This has been an exhausting day for officials as they've worked to not only get all of the students out of that building, but now to begin the investigation into what happened, who the shooter is, why that person decided to enter the school and open fire. And of course the forensics investigation, the crime scene investigation, if you will, as to what happened in the aftermath.
And let's go ahead and as we zoom in, listen in to, do we have that audio ready? Okay, let's go ahead and listen.
We wanted to come back this afternoon and present you with a little more of a timeline of the events that have taken place here today and what we know up to this point with the investigation. At approximately 10:20 a.m. this morning, the Barrow County Sheriff's Office received alerts about reports of an active shooter and radio traffic from school resource officers concerning the same concern, or having the same concern. Within minutes, law enforcement was on scene, as well as 2 school resource officers assigned here to the school, who immediately encountered the subject within just minutes of this report going out. Once they encountered the subject immediately surrendered to these officers and he was taken into custody. Additionally, what I want you to know as of now, there are 4 individuals who are deceased from this incident, 9 that have been taken to local hospitals with various injuries. Of those that are deceased, 2 were students and 2 were teachers here at the school. The priority right now for us within this investigation is to gather all the facts, to make sure that we're accurate with it, because this is a murder investigation. As the sheriff mentioned earlier this morning, the shooter is in custody. His name is Colt, that's C-O-L-T, Gray. He is a 14-year-old student here at the school, G-R-A-Y. He is a 14-year-old student here at the high school. Again, he has been taken into custody. He will be charged with murder and he will be tried as an adult and handled as an adult. We're coordinating these charges and obviously this investigation with District Attorney Brad Smith, who is the District Attorney for the Piedmont Judicial Circuit here. Since earlier this morning we talked with you and since the incident occurred, numerous interviews have been taking place through our investigation with students, faculty, as well as any other witnesses that we could identify. Law enforcement had a very, very swift response to this incident once the incident was determined that there was a concern here. Those resources, whether it was in that response or throughout this investigation to assist, came obviously from the Sheriff's Office here, from other local law enforcement agencies, state law enforcement agencies, and the federal law enforcement agencies as well. To include, not to be left out, multiple EMS personnel, multiple fire personnel and agencies. Those agencies responded here as well today, and I am extremely grateful, as I know the sheriff is, for that quick response and the partnerships of working here together with what all has gone on. Currently, from the investigative perspective, we have crime scene agents and other special agents from the GBI, from close to a dozen of our different work units from across the state that have responded here today to work on this investigation. Again, collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and so forth. I do want to pass this along, that if anyone has any information that wants to be passed on concerning this investigation, that they can do that anonymously at our tip line at 1-800-597-TIPS or 1-800-597-8477. They can also report this on by downloading the See Something, Send Something app. They can be done by Android or Apple phones, either one. If they need to report any tips concerning this investigation. Let me close out before I turn this over to the sheriff and let you just remind you that this is still a very active investigation. There is still a lot that is very fluid. There's still a lot of interviews to be conducted that will continue on into the night as well as crime scene work and collecting and gathering evidence. But what is more important for me to mention here to you is my heartfelt sympathy to the parents, the students that were here today. Regardless of where they were in the school, this has got a great impact on them as well as on this community. My thoughts and prayers, along with everybody standing behind me and every law enforcement agency in this state, and many I will tell you around this country, they are in our thoughts and prayers, and we will continue with that. We ask for your patience as we continue through this, and we'll continue to try to give you as many updates with information as we can to keep you informed. But thank you for being here. I'm now going to turn it over to Barrow County Sheriff Judge Smith. Thank you.
Director, would you spell your name, please?
H-O-S-E-Y.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Sheriff Judge Smith of the Barrow County Sheriff's Office. I never imagined that I would be speaking to the media in my career over something that happened today, the pure evil that happened today. I cannot thank the people behind me for the support they give me today, to give this office and give this staff. This hits home for me. I was born and raised here. I went to school in this school system. My kids go to this school system. I'm proud of this school system. My heart hurts for these kids. My heart hurts for our community. But I want to make it very clear that hate will not prevail in this county. I want that to be very clear and known. Love will prevail over what happened today. I assure you of that. It is very early as to what happened. Governor Kemp reached out to me and has provided me every single resource that he has to make sure justice prevails. I don't know why it happened. I may not ever know. We may not ever know. But I ask that you and our community lift up our schools, lift up our public safety, and that, again, we do not let this hateful event prevail as to what happened today. I want to thank the surrounding agencies and counties and cities and state and federal authorities that have come and provided us, because they prevented a lot of more tragic events from happening. Continue to lift up these families, continue to lift up our students and our kids, and know that love will prevail. At this time, I'm going to ask Dr. LaDuff, our school superintendent, to come and speak on behalf of the school.
Good afternoon, I'm Dallas LaDuff. I'm the superintendent of Barrow County School System. I want to thank the Barrow County Sheriff's Office and all of our law enforcement partners for their swift response today, along with that of our staff. I'd also like to thank our community for their response and patience as we work to reunify the students with their families here today and secure the rest of our school campuses. Our schools will be closed for the remainder of this week as we cooperate fully with law enforcement to get answers to the many questions that we all have about this incident here today. But as we are closed, our central offices will remain open, where we will have grief counseling available for our community every day this week and thereafter as we support each other through this terrible event. In closing, I just want to say to our community, as a school system, we are here for you, we support you, and we are ready to get you any support that you may need as we grieve through this together. Thank you.
Sheriff, if you're saying hate will not prevail in this community, are you investigating this as some sort of hate crime?
Well, shortly, if someone decides to take a firearm into a school where kids are given an education or entitled to an education and want to harm others, to me it's hateful.
Sheriff, can you talk about the initial interaction between whoever was able to stop the shooter? Can you describe that to us? How did it go down? What exactly happened for us?
Obviously, the shooter was armed, and our school resource officer engaged him. And the shooter quickly realized that if he did not give up, that it would end with an OIS, or an officer-involved shooting. He gave up, got on the ground, and the deputy took him into custody.
Sheriff, any idea how the weapon got inside the school, and was there any warning that this was going to happen?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, very early, and we're still looking into that, whether or not, or how he obtained it and how he got it into school.
Have you been in touch at all with his parents or his family to learn more about what led up to these moments?
We have.
Any information you can share?
No.
What kind of weapon was
It seems like you have a large Hispanic population. Have you been able to communicate with the people in their language to make sure that everybody knows what's happening?
Yes, sir, I have. The school and our office has people that speak in Spanish, and they have spoke to those folks as well. Yes.
Sheriff, is the shooter speaking with law enforcement now?
Sorry.
Is the shooter talking? Is he saying why?
The shooter was interviewed, and he was speaking with our investigators earlier, along with the GBI.
Sheriff, he said why?
How is that helping the sheriff?
It is helping our investigation.
Sheriff, is reports of threatening calls perhaps made to the school prior to the shooting? Is that accurate?
None that I'm aware of.
Were all 9 injured victims shot?
In some capacity, yes.
Sheriff, can you tell us about the 2 individuals deceased and was one targeted?
We don't know of any targets at this point.
Sheriff, what kind of weapon was used? Have you identified the weapon?
We have not identified that at this point, no.
Sheriff, is there a connection?
This is the last question I'm going to take.
Sheriff, is there a connection between the shooter and the victims?
None that I'm aware of.
Was the shooter a student here at the school?
I know that you have a lot of questions about the student and that we mentioned that we identified earlier. Keep in mind that that's part of our investigation, that we're looking into every aspect of that individual, his connection here at the school. Obviously, as I mentioned earlier, he was a student here. So as part of our investigation, we're looking into all aspects, current and prior, involving that individual.
Can you tell us how many rounds were fired? He is a student. Can you tell us how many rounds were fired?
Do what?
The shooter is a student, yes.
When can we expect the
We do not know how many rounds.
Director, has that shooter had any past history with law enforcement?
For now, this is the information that we have. It is an active investigation. I assure you we do plan to come back out here in a couple of hours. Please make sure you're following the GBIX page. That's where we're going to be putting the updates. If there's anything that's new, we'll make sure that we share that information. It's still very early. Investigators have a lot of work to do. We appreciate your patience. Do expect another in-person news conference out here in the next few hours. Monitor the X page, and we will be sure to update you accordingly. Thank you.
And that's the on x.com?
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, much anticipated news conference just ending here with multiple agencies coming to the microphone and releasing some key pieces of information that the public has been looking for. They have identified the shooter as 14-year-old Colt Gray, who is a student at Apalachee High School. And they also reported that the 4 killed were 2 students and 2 teachers, and the 9 injured had some gunshot wound in some capacity.
The GBI speaking about what happened in the immediate aftermath of the shooting, that the 911 calls came in at 10:20 this morning, that school resource officers were on the campus and engaged Colt Gray, the 14-year-old, who police say opened fire, and that police responded really within a few minutes of the gunfire opening. Again, 4 dead, 2 students and 2 teachers, 9 others injured, all of them in area hospitals. And according to investigators, we just heard that there's still they didn't have a lot of answers to so many of the questions because they're still gathering so much information as to the whys of all of this. Of course, you can't get into the head of somebody who does something like this, but they will have a lot of questions for Colt Gray, the 14-year-old who they say did all of this. They say they were very close to it being an officer-involved shooting. That means an officer neutralizing, taking down the 14-year-old suspect, but he dropped his weapon and then dropped to the floor before they took him into custody.
And you heard a very emotional sheriff, the Barrow County Sheriff, Judd Smith, very emotional because, as we have been reporting throughout the hours, this is a small-knit community where everyone knows everyone, and he communicated his kids was part of this school system. He went to school there. He said, I never imagined that I would be speaking to the media in my career of the pure evil that happened today. And he emphasized multiple times and insists that love will prevail over this.
Yeah, the investigation is still going on, and they will provide another update, they said, in just a few hours to monitor their X page where they're going to put out the very latest. Our team of reporters has been standing by all afternoon long on campus talking to parents and students alike. We're going to speak to them to get the very latest. But as you heard from authorities, this whole thing happening fast and furious, beginning at 10:20 this morning when those first 911 calls came in, treating those 9 victims, and then beginning the investigation as to the 4 who were deceased, whose identities we still don't know who they are.
We don't know at this moment, and it's important to also note the superintendent of Barrow County Schools saying that schools will remain closed for the remainder of the week, and that they are fully cooperating with authorities, as we saw authorities still in and out of the building of the high school as they continue their forensic investigation of what happened today, and that grief counselors will be available to students and staff as they get through the next coming days and weeks.
I want to get out to our reporters. I don't know if they're available, beginning with Eric Perry, who's standing by in front of the high school. Eric, not sure if you were able to listen into that news conference with us, officials there briefing the media as to what happened, giving us some chilling details about the moments after that gunfire first rang out this morning.
Yeah, Tom, Christine, I was able to listen in, but I was also watching as well because for the first time I saw teachers, faculty, and staff leaving. Of course, they did not want to make any comments on camera, but they were emotional. We talked earlier about how, you know, many of the students and the parents we talked with, you didn't see them in tears or crying on camera like that. But the teachers really, on their faces, they were emotional. You can tell that they knew. Now we know that 2 teachers, 2 students, I'm sure their colleagues, they might have been in their classrooms, but we saw a lot of that. Here's what we're seeing outside of this as well. So that was where the news conference was taking place further down, but you can still see a large presence up through there. And Michael Moore, if you can pan to the right, I'm not sure, do you see where the GBI is, those trucks up there? You can see the very top of it. They have tents set up right through there as well. I also saw what might have been a body transport, not sure, but it had a police escort. I've been on many scenes, and a dark colored, the type of van that it was. We saw it being escorted out from here as well. This road here in front of the school, parents have told me that it has opened back up in some sort of capacity. At one point earlier, we saw a lot of cars here. I want to also take you into just some of those students, if we have the sound ready, if we could play from Caitlin. We talked with her live on air. Of course, you saw the officials, but we want to make sure that you hear from the students. This girl was inside and said that that suspect who you heard, 14 years old, was one of her classmates. She was inside while that suspect was trying to get inside of the door. I want to be able to let you hear what we heard from her earlier, if we can.
Well, I was sitting in my classroom, and he came up to my door, or the door to our classroom. Classmate got up. She went to open the door, but she didn't, because she saw that he had a gun. She announced it. As soon as she announced it, he started firing. We all went into the corner. He went to the other classroom next to ours, and I'm pretty sure I heard like 6 to 8 gunshots, and then I'm pretty sure he moved on to another hall because I heard more gunshots.
I was in class around like 10:30 and I heard 4 gunshots and we all just like stood there, looked at each other, and our other healthcare teacher came in and told us to run to the closet or bathroom to hide.
And she also went on to say that once police finally got there, they were in that bathroom and in the closet, she said, for about 15 to 20 minutes before they felt safe and heard police and law enforcement escort them. They said that they had to walk like this outside to that football field there with their hands raised. She said at some point from the back of that back of the classroom or the back of the school, they had to run for a little bit till they got to safety or where they felt safe as well. We talked to parents. We saw tents up over that football stadium and over the football field. Grief counselors were there as well, but also law enforcement had tents up as hundreds of witnesses in this chaotic incident and unfortunate incident. They were interviewing all of them, going over, getting their statements if they heard or saw anything. But that's just the gravity and really the healing just starting for this community here. We saw people handing out water. Someone came by on the back of a truck, handed us Gatorade as they're just going back and forth, doing what they can in such an unfortunate situation. We've seen a community rallying together. Tom, Christine?
Yeah, the response from the community a lot of times in situations like this, what can I do to help? And we're seeing some of that humanity today as well. Eric, thanks. It's important to note, Eric talked about some of this eyewitness accounts. Authorities are encouraging the public, students, staff, anybody who witnessed anything in this incident to call their tip line. It's 1-800-597-TIPS. You never know, the smallest of pieces of information that can help them
can go a long way.
Piece this all together.
Yeah, and certainly that community of Winder will be coming together in the hours, days, and weeks to come. Brittany Edney standing by live outside the high school. Brittany, you've been contextualizing so much of this for us from people that you've been speaking with and parents, students alike. And in the wake of this news conference, we just now have so much more information about what happened inside those hallways this morning.
Yeah, and as you're sharing these details with our viewers, as far as these updates, we're learning a lot more about what happened. I do want to take a moment, though, and point out something that you may not be able to feel through the screen, but we were able to witness here in person at the press conference, and that is the emotions that were coming through from Sheriff Judd Smith. I'd say it took about 3 to 5 seconds for him to kind of get himself ready. You know, he started to speak, and then there was just a lot of emotion in the throat. You could hear it, you could feel it. It took about 5 seconds to kind of get himself ready and then start speaking once again. You heard his how he is born and raised here. His kids went to school here, so did he. And you know, one of the quotes he said was, "Hate will not prevail in this county." He described, as he says, his heart hurts for all the students and for this school. Now, when it comes to the students, I want to show you this map that we received from one of them a little while ago. It shows some of the areas that we have gotten firsthand accounts from various students at the school regarding the locations of the shooting. If you take a look at that map, in your bottom left-hand corner, that's where you're going to see the large gymnasium. And then if you look towards the right top part of your screen, you're going to see several different hallways kind of branching out. You want to look for J hallway. That is where we have been told from several students that the shooting, at least one part of the shooting took place, and that's where a lot of the 9th graders congregate. You know, the youngest classmates of the school is in that J hallway area. The other thing, you know, of course, that we have been learning is 2 teachers and 2 students were killed. We have heard from students who described, you know, witnessing a math teacher getting shot, seeing his body or him lay on the hallway floor. laying in a pile of blood. It was very traumatic for them. It was a lot for them to see and experience. So we're getting more confirmation, at least at this point, from officials that's starting to kind of line up with this testimony that we've been receiving from the past few hours from students themselves. Now, one thing we did hear from 2 students, I believe they were both sophomores, is that when they were exiting the hallway, they not only saw a body, of course, and blood throughout that area, but also a weapon. Now, if you listen to the sheriff, Sheriff Judge Smith just said when he was addressing the press that they do not yet know what the weapon is. So there's no confirmation or denial about if there was an AK in the hallway, but that's what we did hear from 2 sophomores. So we're still waiting to hear from law enforcement regarding what kind of weapon was used, but at this point they're really just not saying. I think the exact phrasing from him was they do not know at this point, so that's the word from law enforcement regarding the weapon in this shooting. Again, school's going to be closed for the remainder of the week, and one thing, you guys, that we've been talking about in the past hour or so is really just the grief counseling and support that this community is going to need. And we also heard from the school superintendent this afternoon. His name is Dallas Duff. He was saying how counselors are going to be available throughout the week for, he said, the community. So, of course, the students and teachers and parents. But, I mean, this is such a small-knit town. This is going to be a very hard-hitting tragedy for everyone involved. Now, the counseling will be available, but, again, as you just heard from him, there will be no school classes at any of the schools for the remainder of the week. Guys?
Yeah, Superintendent LaDuff actually just started with this district, so he's hitting the ground running pretty quickly here. Brittany, thanks. Brittany talked about the composure and the demeanor of so many of those students who came out. We didn't see the others who may have witnessed firsthand what happened and some of what their feelings might have been when they were walking out of the school grounds. We saw them walking out from Skyfox 5, from the stadium, through those tents, where we understand that a lot of grief counselors were already assembled in the immediate aftermath of this, how they were coping and dealing with all of this.
And we're in such a see something, say something information age, which is probably why we're seeing some of these students who talk to us with so much ease tell us what they saw and what they heard as well. Want to mention again that we're seeing the community really come together in the immediate aftermath of this. We know there are going to be prayer vigils at churches around Winder this evening, so no surprise to hear the faith community wanting to have some sort of hand in helping the people in the community get past this troubling time.
Yeah, it's going to be a grieving process, one where the community is going to be relying on one another, and especially these students. She said, the student we spoke to earlier, that this campus is unusually tight-knit. They have their skirmishes now and again sometimes, but they are close as a student body, so they'll be no doubt relying on one another to get through the very, very difficult hours and days that are going to follow this tragedy and what happens in the aftermath of all of this. Again,
4 killed and 9 injured in this mass school shooting that happened at Apalachee High School this afternoon this morning in Winder. We're going to continue our coverage here on Fox 5 News at 5. It starts in just a moment.
Fox 5 News at 5 starts right now.
Everybody in here? Yes. Y'all know everybody in here? Yes. Anybody hurt? No. All right, stay put, stay quiet, we'll come back to you.
Terrified students hide in a dark classroom as police sweep Apalachee High School following a mass shooting in Winder, about 50 miles northeast of Atlanta. Authorities have confirmed 4 people died, 2 teachers and 2 students, and another 9 were wounded before the 14-year-old shooting suspect was taken into custody alive. Thousands of students were then evacuated, and they have now reunited with parents. And just moments ago, the Barrow County Sheriff shared the latest details in an emotional press conference.
Obviously, the shooter was armed, and our school resource officer engaged him. And the shooter quickly realized that if he did not give up, that it would end with an OIS. He gave up got on the ground and the deputy took him into custody. My heart hurts for these kids. My heart hurts for our community. But I want to make it very clear that hate will not prevail in this county.
This is a story we have been following continuously for you since 11 o'clock this morning.
Our team coverage continues tonight, talking with officials, witnesses, parents, and students about how this tragedy unfolded and what comes next. Let's begin with our Kevin Stewart, who was the first reporter for us there on the scene. Kevin, we just learned a lot of new details in that news conference.
Yeah, you did. You know, you never know what the day will bring you when you wake up in the morning. You can drill for something like this, and the students we've talked to said they have drilled for something like this, but you're still going to be completely shocked, completely hurt. And you heard that interview, that sound from the sheriff, deeply hurt about what's happening in the community. Most of the students, he confirmed much of what students and parents told us earlier today. This shooting took place around 10:30 this morning. 4 people, 2 students and 2 teachers confirmed dead. 9 more people injured by the gunman have been taken to multiple hospitals across the region. We had a chance to talk to so many people. We talked to a young man who skipped school today to go to a college event. He rushed here to the scene and struggled to try to find his friend, his good classmate. We talked to a number of families scrambling to leave the scene, including a young man who sat down with the GBI to give his eyewitness account. He was a 10th grader, much like many of the people we talked to today. Take a listen.
Well, the cops came in after they had one of the shooters in custody. So they had us walking out with our hands up, and they were telling us to go to the left, to come out through actually these doors right here. And they told us to come back, and when I looked to my left side on the floor, I saw one of the shooters. And then like I would say 10 inches before that, there was a kid that was deceased. And then I had to exit to go to the field where everybody's at right now. So.
You doing okay?
Yeah.
Okay, now, of course, some clarification there. There is only one shooter here. His name is Colt Gray. Only 14 years old, Colt Gray, 14 years old. When authorities raced here to the scene, they said when they showed up, he turned himself in immediately, and he has been talking to investigators as they try to figure out what would drive someone to do this. You heard the sheriff earlier refer to what happened here. It's pure evil. Reporting live in Winder, Kevin Stewart, Fox 5 News.
Kevin, thanks very much. We have some perspective. This is the first deadly K-12 shooting in Georgia since 1999 and the deadliest ever in this state. We're hearing from a number of students who were inside the school at the time of the shooting, some of whom witnessed the bloodshed.
Fox 5's Eric Perry joins us live. He's been standing by in front of the school talking with students. Obviously a traumatic day for so many there. Eric.
Yeah, Courtney, Russ, I'll get to that in just a moment, but I saw someone walking down with this sign. I just want to show you really quick. This is Gretchen. Gretchen says that she was at home. She saw about it. She saw it, and she lives close. Just very briefly, very briefly, walk me through what made you these signs. It says our schools should not be cemeteries and protect my community, prevent another slaughter. Just very quickly, what brought you out here?
I really care deeply for my community, and I think that this is a really like a tough time. I think our community really needs to band together and help support those families that are going through loss right now. I think that's a very important part of community. Thank
you so much, Gretchen. And we've been talking with parents. We've been talking with different students here. I want you to hear from one student, a couple of them. This is Caitlin. She says that the gunman was one of her classmates, knocked on their door, tried to get in. They wouldn't let them in. And then she heard gunshots and several gunshots. Take a listen to some of the students we caught up with.
Well, I was sitting in my classroom, and he came up to my door, or the door to our classroom. Classmate got up. She went to open the door, but she didn't because she saw that he had a gun. She announced it. As soon as she announced it, he started firing. We all went into the corner. He went to the other classroom next to ours, and I'm pretty sure I heard like 6 to 8 gunshots, and then I'm pretty sure he moved on to another hall because I heard more gunshots.
I was in class around like 10:30, and I heard 4 gunshots, and we all just like stood stood there, looked at each other, and our other healthcare teacher came in and told us to run to the closet or bathroom to hide.
Yeah, and that student says that they stood there for about 20-25 minutes in the bathrooms, in the closets, hiding like they're instructed to do with those drills until law enforcement came. She says they had to put their hands up and then go to that football field. And then we saw on the football field several tents there. Parents and students tell me there were grief counselors that were made available, many of them in shock, many of them were crying, but also there were law enforcement there as well getting statements. Many of the witnesses here, we're talking hundreds, maybe thousands of people who were here at the school who saw, heard something, and that's all going to that investigation there. Here on the scene, we're also seeing what looks like barricades being brought in. One just went over off the corner here. But again, a lot of emotions, a lot of parents, and a lot of police activities. And also, we also saw just before you came to us what looked like another body being taken from the scene with the police escort here. But Russ, Courtney, a lot of emotions. We've seen it all since we've been out here for hours. Many parents, many students grateful, but really just really in shock. You can see it on their face. They're not comprehending really the magnitude of what happened, and that 2 teachers, 2 students, and 9 other people were injured by gunfire here at this school.
Yeah, how could it be otherwise but to be in shock? It's just so heartbreaking. Eric Perry, thank you so much. And we have more accounts from students who were on campus at the time of this morning's shooting.
That's right. Let's get out to Fox 5's Brittany Edney, who has been there on campus, hearing some of the stories of what these students unfortunately had to go through today. Brittany.
Horrific scenes just coming out of this school campus this afternoon. I spoke to one student who described the lockdown process and also what it was like leaving the school. Let's start, though, hearing from his account when things first started to unfold.
Oh, so I just heard gunshots like going off. I had my AirPods on full blast. I was blasting Ken Carson, and I heard like gunshots go off, and I was like, oh crap. My friend like pushed me to the ground. I thought it was fake until I heard like more gunshots and screaming. I was like, oh. And then yeah, they pushed me out to the side, and they came in there with told us to get our hands up. So we like got out, and we were walking out, and then we walked past, and like there was a room, and then there was a body, and there was like the gun laying on the ground with like the bullets and the blood.
And as you just heard from Eric Perry, we too have seen that vehicle that it looks like could be transporting a body. And a lot of the students today have described to our Fox 5 News team the stress and really just horrific scene of having to walk by some of these bodies of these victims. You know, we did receive a video that shows a person, a victim, laying on the ground, covered with a long, light, thin white sheet, blood, seeping through that sheet. We have chosen not to air it because it is just too graphic, but you have to imagine if it's too graphic for us to show on air, think about what it was like for all those students who are passing those victims in the hallway. Remember, we just learned that it was 2 teachers and 2 students who lost their lives in this shooting per law enforcement agencies. So these, young kids are having to walk by those victims. I'm also hearing more about the location of where this all unfolded. From what students have described to us, it happened scenes. If you look over here behind me, this large brick building with 4 white columns that's kind of separating the doors, that's the gymnasium. I am told that that is where one part of the shooting took place and that a coach actually opened up the door, and when he did, that's when that coach was shot. I am also told, if you take a look at this map that a student gave to us up on your screen here, that there is a hallway where a large part of this also happened. Now, looking at your screen, this map shows that gymnasium, the brick building we just showed you. They show that in the lower left corner. But if you look in the upper right corner of your screen on that map, you're going to see like various hallways branching out. J Hall is where we are told that a lot of the scene happened in. And I'm also told from a sophomore that that's where a lot of the 9th graders were impacted. So when we were chatting with some of the older students of the school, they told me, you know what, it's the ninth graders that had to see the worst of it and experience the worst of it, because it really was located towards their area of the campus. So again, we're just hearing emotional accounts of what these young students had to experience inside classrooms where the shooting took place. We've shared with you stories in the hallway, and also one that really has just stuck by me all day. As teachers and staff and students realized that this was not a drill, this was in fact an active shooter situation, and as classrooms began that lockdown process, a sophomore explained to me that she saw her friend get yanked into one of the classrooms on a hall, and she just kind of talked about the importance of that. I mean, students were looking after their own. These young kids, think about how young these freshmen, sophomore age students are yanking other students into classroom to try to get them to safety. So, we're not only hearing about the different ways that staff members really stepped up to protect these young kids, but also how they were looking out for each other. Also, one last thing is, during this press conference with Sheriff Judd Smith, he did talk about how a school resource officer caught up with the suspect, 14-year-old, the shooting suspect, and when Judge Smith said that when the school resource officer engaged with the suspect, that the suspect very quickly surrendered, knew that the school resource officer was serious about engaging with his weapon, and then that's when that young shooter, that 14-year-old shooter, was taken into custody. So we're hearing a lot not only about the students and the teachers, but also that school resource officer who was ultimately able to get that suspect, this 14-year-old, to surrender themselves to police. So again, a lot of different stories unfolding and starting to paint a clearer picture of what folded here at the school. Guys?
Yeah, Brittany, that map you showed us makes it clear that 14-year-old Colt Gray traversed almost the entire school during this incident. He's the alleged shooter we're talking about. Yeah, you make a really good point. We have talked about this earlier in the afternoon, just how widespread the area was, because if you look at J Hall all the way down to the gymnasium, it really was a large area that the shooter had to make their way down. Now, we did hear from law enforcement, I believe it was GBI and others during the press conference, who said that the response was quickly, but even then, even if you get officers there in minutes, it still can be a lot of area that shooters can cover. So a lot of the school was impacted. Guys? Brittany, thanks for your perspective. Again, we have confirmed 4 dead and 9 hurt, with the injured being taken to multiple area hospitals. We know 2 gunshot victims have been taken to Northeast Georgia Medical Center in Barrow County. Their injuries said to be not life-threatening. We are also hearing additional patients came in with symptoms related to anxiety and panic attacks. Now, we have learned another gunshot victim was taken to Northeast Georgia Medical Center Gainesville, which is a level 1 trauma center, also with non-life-threatening injuries. And one patient came into Northeast Georgia Medical Center Brazelton suffering from anxiety and panic attack. We know another victim was taken by Life Flight helicopter to Grady Hospital in Atlanta. That's where Fox 5's Angelique Proctor is standing by. And Angelique, it's a distance of about 50 miles away. What are you learning about the treatment that patient is undergoing there?
Well, hospital officials have said they cannot talk to us about this patient. They will not indicate the gender of the patient or how the patient is doing. But I can tell you, I heard Sheriff Smith say that this shooting happened at 10:20. I was standing here at Grady Hospital about an hour and 15 minutes later when I heard that chopper come through and land here at the hospital, presumably with that patient inside. And they have said that that was, in fact, a gunshot wound that the patient experienced. I also talked to hospital employees who told me they saw that chopper come in, and they describe it as coming in very, very swiftly and not normally circling around like they do and moving at a slow speed, but that there seemed to have been clearly some urgency there. Then about 1 o'clock this afternoon, we saw GBI agents rushing into the hospital here. 2 agents came in. They only confirmed with us that they were part of the Apalachee shooting investigation. They would not speak specifically about what they were doing here, but they came into the hospital. They were here about 2 hours and left at 3 o'clock. We continue to monitor this situation to ask hospital officials if they will be speaking with us or having any type of news conference. At this point, they have said they do not plan to do that, but we continue to monitor this situation and we'll let you know if anything changes. Reporting live at Grady Memorial Hospital, Angelique Proctor, Fox 5 News.
Angelique, thanks. This is still a breaking story and will be for days, and we will continue to follow it through the evening. Fox 5 Atlanta will update you on air, online, and on our news app as we get more information through the night. You can also learn more about the victims, the shooter, and how everything unfolded this morning. And make sure to turn on push notifications so you don't miss any updates.
Still ahead as we continue here on Fox 5 News at 5. Both presidential candidates have since reacted to the shooting at Apalachee High School. We'll share what each said and how it's now affecting the campaign for the White House.
And we are looking at very comfortable temperatures around the region thanks to that east wind. Well, things will start changing as we march ourselves toward the end of the week. In fact, we're going to get some wet weather in here by the end of the week. We'll talk more about that in just a minute.
Well, we continue to follow some pretty difficult breaking news throughout the day today, but in the meantime, we're going to talk about other things affecting us, and part of that is the weather. Things are a little bit cooler outside.
It's a lot cooler than it was certainly a week ago, and sounds like it's going to continue for a while. David?
Yeah, we're going to hold on to these temperatures that are at and below the average here as we roll on into the first full week of September. Right now, just lots of sunshine across the region. 83 is our current temperature right now, but look at the dew point down in the mid-50s. That's some drier air, only hit 84 this afternoon. Started the morning very comfortable, as you know, in the mid-60s here in town. We were cooler in a lot of the outlying areas. Still just 79 in Canton, 79 in Blairsville. Everybody else in the low and the mid-80s. And there are your dew points in the 50s. And that is some dry air from the east to the west. All right, so you can see that here with our satellite imagery. As we get into the evening hours and tomorrow morning, we'll see the clouds begin to filter on in here. And we have a whole bunch of moisture down here to our south and to our southwest that wants to come in our direction. And I do believe that's going to happen. Now, Thursday is going to be dry, but we'll see the clouds increase. By the time we get on into, say, late Thursday, we got a chance of some showers. Looks like that's going to be the rule in here by Friday. We'll talk more about that here at the bottom of the hour.
All right, David, thanks. Let's take a look now at Skyfox traffic in the evening rush hour. We are checking in on Highway 316 eastbound towards Lawrenceville and Decula. You can expect to see some heavier traffic starting near High Hope Road. Right now it's taking you 36 minutes to get from 85 over to Winder Highway. Of course, a lot of activity going on in that area due to the shooting at Apalachee High School. Now here's a look at the roads closer to town. The west wall of 285 southbound from 75 down to I-20 is taking you 17 minutes right now. The east wall southbound from 85 to I-20 is taking 31 minutes.
Outrageous that every day in our country, in the United States of America, that parents have to send their children to school worried about whether or not their child will come home alive. It's senseless. It is. We've got to stop it.
At her campaign rally in New Hampshire today, Vice President Kamala Harris addressed the Apalachee High School shooting, expressing her condolences and determination to enact stricter gun control, saying, quote, "It does not have to be this way."
And within the last hour, former President Donald Trump issued a statement about today's school shooting. On his Truth Social account, he wrote, "Our hearts are with the victims and locals and loved ones, of those affected by the tragic event in Winder." The former president added in his words, "These cherished children were taken from us far too soon by a sick and deranged monster."
The presidential debate is less than a week away now, and voters expect to solidify their choice after they hear from each candidate.
Fox's Chelsea Torres is in Hershey, Pennsylvania. And Chelsea, what are voters expecting to hear in this debate?
Sure. Good evening, Tom, Courtney. President Biden won this county in central Pennsylvania by 13,000 votes back in 2020. And Pennsylvania really does top all battleground states with the most amount of electoral votes. So it is a must-win state, battleground state for either campaign. A lot of voters that I talked to today told me that they have certain issues on top of mind, like immigration, gun rights, as well as education and even abortion. They have these ahead of next week's debate. A new poll on likely voters shows the economy is most important, though, at 40%. Protecting democracy comes second at 27%. Abortion and reproductive rights at 12%. And then immigration at 10%.
I would like them to talk about what's going on in the schools, truthfully, what has happened the last 4 years regarding our border.
I reckon the firearm thing is a very important stuff because that's always going to become a hot topic debate. Another thing, I guess, would be educational funding and as well as immigration. I think personal safety is something that a lot of Americans very much value.
It's a dead heat right now here in Pennsylvania. A new poll taken after the DNC convention shows Harris and Trump both tied at 47%. Now, both campaigns really are keeping a close focus here in this battleground state. Trump will take part in a town hall tomorrow in the state's capital, which is Harrisburg, and Governor Walz has already headed out to the other side of the state to campaign in Pittsburgh. In Hershey, Pennsylvania, Chelsea Torres, Fox 5 News.
As you say, Chelsea, probably a must-win. Still ahead tonight, a miraculous recovery for a child on the brink of death. We have the remarkable story next.
In my life, I see everybody getting up crying. I'm asking everybody, like, is this real? Is this a drill?
The reactions continuing to pour in after a 14-year-old gunman opens fire inside a Barrow County high school. We'll have a live report from Apalachee High School coming up.
Hello? Okay, are you going to say Q when I go? Okay, thank you. No, I mean, I'm not hearing anything right now, no. Thank you.
Our safety.
My values have not changed.
That's what scares us. Kamala is dangerously liberal. Make America Great Again Inc. is responsible for the content of this advertising.
With True Rewards from True Natural Gas, you'll get our
A little girl has made a miraculous recovery after she nearly drowned at a local pool.
It happened at an apartment complex in Noonan Sunday. Fox 5's Deidre Duke spoke to the man who saved the child's life.
Drowning is the leading cause of death for young children. Patrick Hanlon wants to change that after rescuing a drowning girl here at this Coweta apartment complex.
Patrick Hanlon was enjoying the afternoon at the pool with his family Sunday when he heard a commotion.
Hear that mom scream and look over, and there's just a child laying there on the ground.
Hanlon spent several years as a paramedic and flight medic. Instinct kicked in.
Somebody else had pulled her out of the pool and just didn't think, just do. So just went running over. Checked for a pulse, there was no pulse, and did 2 rounds of CPR, and right after did a little bit more rescue breathing and got a pulse back.
He worked on the child until first responders arrived on scene. According to the CDC, drowning is the leading cause of death for children 1 to 4 years old in the U.S.
Mommy! Playing again? Mommy!
Lonnie has made a miraculous recovery. Her mother shared this video of her daughter and captured the heartwarming moment Hanlon and the child were reunited.
It was awesome. So, I've never seen a positive outcome like this, and I remember turning around the corner and seeing her in the room, and there she is smiling and just sitting in the bed playing with her toys, and it was phenomenal.
Hanlon has contacted local and state leaders in hopes of passing laws that would make it mandatory for public and private pools to have automated external defibrillators, or AEDs, on hand. Coweta County Fire Chief Robbie Flanagan praised Hanlon's quick response and encourages everyone to learn CPR.
It's very important. You never know when you might need it to save a life, such as this case.
In Noonan, Deidre Dukes, Fox 5 News.
Still ahead tonight, we now know more about the victims of today's tragic school shooting in Barrow County. With multiple injuries spread out across area hospitals, we're working to learn more about their conditions.
I'm Fox 5 I-Team reporter Johnny Edwards. We'll have a rundown of what we know about survivors of today's school shooting being treated at hospitals near the high school. That's coming up.